the global trends. Okay, I'm going to focus on the global trends from a national perspective. Then I'm going to move on to the to just identifying how those factors are going to impact in terms of the whole management landscape and how is labor relation that can be managed. And then I'm also going to look at some of the strategies that can actually be taken into consideration in terms of how we can navigate and manage all the different aspects. So before I get on with my presentation, I just want to highlight the key aspects about the main stakeholders of the whole spectrum of labor relations. We need to understand that labor relations occurs in a very dynamic environment. You do have your different stakeholders, the government playing its role, your customers, you have your competitors, you have your stockholders, you have your suppliers, you have your society, and you have your union, whom I have highlighted with the star. They are very critically important to us from a labor relations perspective, from a managerial perspective, because they are responsible for taking care of the needs and facilitating what we need to take into account for the employees. Then I'm going to just move on to the importance of sound labor relations in the workplace. Labor relations have been there since the 1900s, and they've played a very critical role in terms of harmonizing the relationships between employees and management. So positive relationships are very important. If we look at the dynamic environment that we are, operating in right now, look at COVID-19, how it literally changed us in terms of our personal well-being and also the well-being of the people around us. So positive relationships are very important in that regard. Then we also look at the relationship aspect in terms of the quantifiable and the non-quantifiable costs. So human relations can actually have an impact on cost, competitiveness, and the long-term economic sustainability of a business. I think Friedman, sometime in the early years when he was talking about corporate social responsibility, highlighted the term of the business of business is business. So we need to understand that we are in the business to make money. But for us to make money and profit, we need to understand that it is the employees. Kumbirai, I'm not so sure someone is unmuted. If you may kindly check for us, thank you. So it's an equation that is very important, that you have people contributing in terms of their labor. Then we have the outcome being the profitability of the business. Then without a stable and inviting workplace culture, challenges can arise in the management of employees. And as leaders, as a union, you wouldn't want to have a very unstable workplace. I'm not saying that the relationship between the union and the labor is perfect, is like one of the 5-star or 10-star, but it can be managed for the good of the organization. I think I can just reflect on my years when I was working in the industry that we would always disagree, but there came a point whereby we had to agree on some matters, because that's the whole essence of labor relations in the workplace. So now, before I get into what's happening in Southern Africa, I just want to touch upon the global employment trends so that we can see where we are fitting in terms of the whole spectrum. We do not operate in a vacuum, but we operate within that trend from the whole world, that we need to take into account the key trends that affect employment. I'm just going to highlight the trends from the International Labour Organization report. On the 2nd of August, they did release a report. So the report is available on Google. If you just Google ILO report, it's about, it's quite a lot of pages to read around, but I just took the trends that were very important to my presentation. So they released a report highlighting the global employment trends. So there were 4 key trends that they actually got to identify. Trend number 1 was the changing industrial structure in terms of the global shifts in the pools of capital, the labor, changes in resources availability, changes in supply and demand of resources, and changes in the political landscape. I'm just going to highlight this because I was doing some little bit of research. Amazon is going to open up a multi-million, it's actually a multi-billion-dollar facility in Cape Town in South Africa. So they have seen the shifting industrial culture, trying to pull the resources. Then we also talk about the growth of the Asian market in terms of other people call it Chinalization. I always talk to my colleagues and we always laugh about it to say that there's something unique about Chinalization, the way they are just so much into business and the way they have all those structures in place. We need to learn one or two things from that. So these are the aspects that I just need to highlight in terms of the global employment landscape. Then we also have globalization. Globalization is taking over like no other aspect. The markets are coming together. COVID-19 happened, yes, but it literally revealed a new form of globalization, more like a technological globalization, whereby you find that the virtual organizations are growing. I've seen some adverts whereby people are now saying that, you see, there's an advert, employment can actually be virtual or remote or hybrid or a combination of all the above. So these are the key issues that we need to understand from a total, whole world perspective. Then we have technological change. I'll talk about digital disruption a little bit later on. Technology is taking over. Yes, of course, people will say that in Africa we are a little bit behind, but I'll tell you what, we have to move and advance the technology. Whether we are moving at 0.5% or we are moving at 10%, we literally have to make that move. I'm just going to give a very generic example of Microsoft. They recently upgraded their operating system. So if you are using a Microsoft system 2022, you literally need to get rid, I think 2022 or 2023, you literally need to get rid and get the new laptops with the new Windows 11. So I'm just highlighting to you some of all those changes. We talk about robotization now, that you get into, a restaurant. Some people in some countries, they're actually being served by robots. Even in us in Africa, we are still talking about the computerization of systems and procedures and all of that. We are getting there, but we cannot ignore right now, because the decisions we make today have an impact in terms of the long term. Then we also have the informalization of the labor markets. This is more to do with the growth of the SME sector. We should never underestimate the power of the SME sector. The SME sector have literally grown. Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, it has literally grown over the years. So we can see all those employment trends, literally getting to affect how we look at labor in terms of managing from the employee and the employer perspective. Then, in terms of the effect of these key trends, they do have a ripple effect on labor relations, unemployment, and also how companies can remain viable in the long term. If we also look at the global unemployment rate, this is quite recent. It actually stands at 205 million in 2022. This is an estimation. So this is quite huge if you look at it from a labor movement perspective. If you also look at it from a managerial perspective, we need to take all these factors into account. Then we have COVID-19 as a pandemic. It has also impacted us in terms of how we manage, because things have never been the same ever since COVID-19 came into the play. I will talk about the impact of COVID-19 a little bit later on when I highlight the the Southern African aspects that we need to take into account. So on the other hand, there was some research that was done by Microsoft. So I've tried as much as possible to bring in the latest research in terms of the global trends. Their research found out that, number one, flexible work is here to stay. Yes, in Southern Africa, we may be a little bit lagging behind in some aspects, but I'll tell you what, we are moving there. We are making steps towards this. Some companies, especially the ones with a multinational focus, they've literally moved to the hybridity and the remote working aspects. But if we don't think about how these things are going to work, we are literally going to have some challenges a little bit later on. In the second session of my presentation, I'm just going to touch upon the impact of hybridity, where I'm just going to talk about the fact that not all jobs can actually be eligible to work from home. So it's one thing that I actually have in my presentation. Then their research also highlighted the fact that leaders are out of touch with employees and they need a wake-up call. So this is research that was done by Microsoft. So they have validated evidence from a global perspective that leaders, they need to review their systems, especially in terms of how we manage our employees. And then the high productivity is masking a very exhausted workforce. So the research also revealed that ever since people moved to working from home, people are exhausted, people are tired, and literally thinking about it, you can think about the time when we're having all this lockdown and you had to work from home. For the people that had to work from home, some people have been highlighting the fact that, I mean, working from home is more demanding and you actually literally spend more time as compared to when you are in the office. Of course, there are other advantages that you can always grab a coffee, you can always, in between, take a little bit of breaks, but there's that high productivity that is being masked and a very exhausted workforce. Then we have number 4, which is talking about Generation Z, that Generation Z is actually at risk and they need to be re-energized. And Generation Z, I've actually added the slides in terms of the generations, that these were born 1996 and above. But one thing from a personal, point of view, what I saw is that it's not only Generation Z that needs to be re-energized. I think all the employees, they actually need to be re-energized. Of course, the baby boomers, they're a little bit tough. Some of them are now retiring. Silent traditionalists are now literally no longer in the workplace. Some of them have already retired and all. But this touches upon the issue of the employee experience, that we need to review how we have that employee experience in the workplace. What are we doing to motivate our employees? And also on the union side, what can they do to reinvigorate the employees in terms of the re-energization? So these are the aspects that we need to ponder upon as practitioners, experts, and academics and business leaders. Then we also are looking at the shrinking networks that are endangering innovation. I think one of the aspects that the research revealed is that the fact that we no longer have those face-to-face networks, we are more doing the virtual networks. I tried to attend a session whereby we had to do virtual networking. It's not an easy thing, and not everyone is gifted in virtual network. Like, you get into a Zoom breakaway room and it literally is like hi, and everyone is just quiet. So I mean, those are the aspects that affect us. I mean, when we are looking at the rate of innovation, it's very different when you have to go for a business networking session whereby you have to meet people face to face, and it's easy to start a conversation, but sometimes some people find it very difficult. And according to the research, this is actually affecting the endangering how we become innovative. Then authenticity will need to spare productivity and well-being. Well-being is very important. I'll share with you the role of the union in encouraging well-being for the members and also for the employers, what they need to do to encourage the well-being of the labor force. Then the last part is about talent, is that talent is everywhere in a very hybrid world. So you can find that even when you advertise, especially for the international organizations, when they advertise, some of them, they actually highlight the fact that there is a component of hybridity in the job, that hybridity in the sense that you can work from home, you can come into the workforce 2 or 3 days. There are companies like KPMG, they've actually implemented all those policies to work, but it could not work, it may not work for certain occupational settings where someone needs to use technical equipment and get into the organization. So I just need to highlight that. So some few examples from the global scene, hey? What is happening now from the global scene in terms of employment and the labor aspects? The truck drivers shortage. This literally came as a shocker to me. I never thought that UK could ever suffer from a fuel crisis. I think a couple of months ago, if you're following the story, the UK had a truck drivers shortage. And when you get to investigate the causes of that, this was literally caused by some of the truck drivers. They were leaving the industry mostly because of the poor wages and the salaries. Some people were talking about Brexit. Some people were talking about the political landscape and all of that. So there were quite a whole lot of factors that come through. But from a labor perspective, I just wanted to share this to show that some of the aspects that have been faced, I mean, even with us in Africa, they've also been experienced in the world from a total world perspective. Then you have the truck driver shortage in the US to further deepen by 2026. So there is that driver need in the UK and also in the US. And I remember a few weeks ago, or last month, where Boris Johnson was talking about they're opening up visas for the truck drivers. This is just to show some of the labor aspects that are being experienced from the whole world. Then we move on to the next slide that I want to highlight. Just a minute. Not sure what's happening now. Just a minute, colleagues. Okay. Okay, and then we also had the USA nurses strike. This was just literally at the beginning of the year when they were striking about the PPE and also the exposure notifications. I think some of them were not getting exposure notifications of COVID-19 infected patients. So this actually literally affected them. So this is another major issue that affected the whole world, again, from an international perspective. Then we have an interesting paradox. I'll call it a paradox, so paradoxical, because when we want to compare, I mean, when we compare within the African, Southern African aspects, in Shona we say, fanani in the valley isn't as fanani valley. So it's quite interesting to see how the Great Resignation of 2021 was literally felt in America, in the American workforce. But if we look at here in Africa, we are literally grappling with unemployment. And have a look at this, 11.5 million people quit their jobs just like that. And this is literally a few months ago. If you read through this, I saw this on LinkedIn and I was literally shocked. I'm like, 11.5 million. This is literally almost double the population of Lesotho, Namibia, and Botswana. So what were some of the key issues that they were resigning? No childcare, fear of COVID-19, time with family, new career goals, low wages, long commutes, inflexible hours. Their values have changed. So this is the Great Resignation of 2021. And have a look at it. What are we grappling with in Africa? Unemployment. Well, a paradox, so paradoxical. That's all I can say about it. So this is what has been happening from the total world perspective. Now let's move on to Southern Africa. What is happening in Southern Africa? We do not exist in isolation from the whole world. What I want to highlight, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that the global employment trends that have impacted on the world have also and will continue to have a profound impact on labor relations in Southern Africa. So given the volatile and dynamic environment, so I had to ask myself when I was putting the presentation in place to say that what needs to be addressed in the short term? What needs to be addressed in the long term? I'll tell you what, it's better to look at them from a dual perspective. All these trends, they do have an impact in both the short and the long term. If we don't address the implications of these trends in the short term, they are going to manifest in one way or the other in the long term, or they'll come revitalized in another form. So we need to have a dual perspective when we are looking at these trends. Management, union, relevant stakeholders, my recommendation is to have what we call a futuristic mindset. I was having a discussion with someone from here a few weeks ago, and someone was saying, but the economy in Zimbabwe is quite interesting. How come some companies are surviving? Some companies are making a profit. And I say to them, you know what? People have a misconception about Zimbabwe. There are companies that are doing very well. It's like when people report about Zim, they also want to highlight the fact that there are things that are not working well. But what about the stories about the companies that are doing very well? I attended a virtual presentation by Dr. Douglas Mboweni from Econet. I mean, it was actually at Wits University where he was sharing the key insights and what he's doing from an Econet perspective. And these are the kind of aspects that we need to put out to the world out there. So from a labor management perspective, from an employment perspective, there are certain issues that we literally need to take into account. So let's go back to the trends. What are the key trends that are affecting us from a Southern Africa perspective? We have globalization. It's here to stay. We need to make sure that we are coping with the demands and the impacts of globalization. The economic trends, unemployment, gross domestic product in terms of the goods and services produced. How are we addressing that from a tripartite point of view? The consumer price index, technological changes, informalization of the labor market, and then the shifts in demand and uncertainty regarding the casual labor and outsourcing, especially in terms of the fixed labor and fixed contracts and so and all of that. I'm happy that someone is going to do a presentation about the new amendments, because personally I have reservations around fixed term contracts, because I feel like they inhibit the employees and all of that. And I think your heart is not happy when you're on a fixed term contract, but what can we do in terms of that? But I'm looking forward to that presentation about the new amendments of the Labor Relations Act in Zimbabwe. Then the shifts in supply, for example, the migration within Southern Africa, we do have that migration that is happening among Southern African countries. Then we also have migration from Africa to the world. Like recently, engineers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Namibia are really sought out in Australia and Canada. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of us. This is something that we need to grapple. I mean, from a total intervention perspective, what can we do to address that? Why can't we retain all those people and develop our economies? And then undersupply of skilled laborers in the engineering field. So that is very critically important. And also the shifts to remote or hybrid work due to COVID-19. This is a trend that is going to happen and is going to affect a whole lot of aspects in terms of the labor. Then what are some of the implications of the the trends of the short to long-term trends? Implication number one is literally about organizational profitability, right? So given the volatile and the dynamic environment, I think the experts will talk about a VUCA world, a volatile and uncertain world and all of that. There's the impact on the ability to pay. You cannot expect a salary increment of like 20% when the company is not making a profit. So we have to meet somewhere with the union. I'm just giving an example. Then managing COVID-19. We are going to talk about the workplace COVID-19 compliance committees. This is very critical, even if they may not be a regulation or they may not be legislation for this. Companies need to have workplace COVID-19 compliance committees. That also helps to manage the effects of COVID-19. Like now, there's something that was written around in terms of the long COVID-19 implications. We need to review and look at that. So the unions and the workers' committee, they should play an important role there. And then the support to employees affected and impacted by COVID-19, they need psychological and a mental support in terms of how do you manage that. And then the retrenchments, the poor morale and engagements for remaining employee, and also union membership on the other hand is affected, and the power is also impacted, because union power comes from the employee. The more the employees, I know the unions can also take me on this one, that whenever we have retrenchments, it's actually union membership that is affected. I remember for our organizations I'm currently working in, I mean, there were a lot of retrenchment and we could not meet that minimum union membership that is required. And sort of like the power was literally affected in that way, especially in terms of negotiations and all of that, because in South Africa it's 50% plus one, and we fell below that. So I'm just highlighting to you the fact that these are some of the aspects that we need to look at. And then the job security, there's been some research that has been done over the past 30 to 40 years that it has actually changed to being fairly stable, to being increasingly uncertain and unpredictable. If you look at it this in the context of the trends, you can see what I'm talking about, that those trends have actually impacted in terms of job security. This is something for the unions to think about, how they engage their members to feel secure about their jobs, even from a managerial perspective. And then the consequences are very negative, because they can affect the psychological and the physical employee health, especially in terms of the mental health and the attitudes towards work. And then we also have digital disruption. And I mean, the technological changes. We can't be using old, outdated method. Digital disruption is affecting us. We need to cope up with the new changes and also get to have business models that also help us in terms of improving our goods and services and all of that. Then the diversity, the demographics of employees are changing. The workforce is becoming more diverse. We have the different generations in the workplace, and also organizational renewal and transformation, what we call corporate reinvention. It's very important, and we need to review our internal processes and organizations so that we can at least remain viable. And this is also very important when we are looking at it from a union perspective, that they also need to play a very important role in encouraging productivity. Then managing the hybrid or remote workplaces. So not all jobs are eligible for hybrid or remote work. Like for instance, a technical job where you need to use technical equipment. Then the challenges of load shedding, data prices, and then monitoring remote workplace. There is software that is being developed that is actually there to monitor remote employees. I think I saw something called a doctor timer or something like that, and they just put the software on the laptop, then they can monitor what's happening. But you can never beat an employee. Someone can actually be having like 2 laptops. So I think there are all those challenges that we have to face. I think from a labor and employment perspective, we need to relook some of these aspects. So what is happening now, I just want to share with you just a few slides in terms of the South African and Southern African scene. One thing I've seen in terms of research, I think this is something that we need to work on from a tripartite point of view, that not much is available for other Southern African countries in terms of, when I was doing my search, like in Malawi, you would find mostly articles by someone called Zimbiri about labor movements. I think we need to reinvigorate, especially in terms of getting information, dissemination out there from a labor perspective. I'm not sure what can be done from an EISAZ point of view, but I'm willing to be part of that we can just try to come up with a platform whereby we share some of these labor aspects from a Southern African perspective. So this is some of the examples about strikes in South Africa. What's been happening in South Africa?
Kindly just round off because we're running out of time.
Okay, that's fine. So these are some of the, how many minutes do I have?
We are overrunning actually.
Okay, because I was planning on 25 minutes, but it's okay. Just give me 5 minutes, I'll be done. Okay, thank you, Kumbirai. So these are some of the examples in terms of the strike, and then this is what has been happening, the major strike by the Rand Water and all. Then in terms of strategies for managing the labor relations trade unions, number one, from a union perspective, let's think about their role in terms of what they can do in managing the whole aspects of labor. There's something called flexicurity, which looks at increasing focus on lifelong learning among members. So this is what unions can do. Then we also need to talk about workplace learning and career development. Unions, they also need to be the advocates and just get to review their role in that aspect. And then the wage and salary negotiations, we also need to review our role. Yes, we are doing that, but advocacy for compensation systems to be part of a comprehensive performance management system. Then the other issues are to do with health promotion, psychological safety, and also the work-life balance. So the union can actually play a very critical role there. Then in terms of the employers, I think what is very important is to look at having what I highlighted as a futuristic mindset. The incremental strategic planning is very important for business continuity, and also consider the regional and the local initiative support, and also the sound labor relations, using also the profound leadership approach, which takes into account transformational leadership, spiritual and authentic leadership. Then I just want to highlight that, I mean, as employers, if we're in the export industry, you can also think about looking at some of the aspects that are there, like the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, very good in terms of if you're in the export industry for you. Then let's also look at the health of an organization. We use the body, the mind, and the spirit, that we need to make sure that we're managing the health of the organization in terms of our structures, in terms of how conflict is managing, and also in terms of what makes our organization to be vibrant and what gives it vigor. So it's very important to take that into account. Then all stakeholders, what we need to do is the promotion of a sound labor climate, and also the adherence of the labor relations policies, and also the continuous revitalization of knowledge sharing platforms like the government, trade union, business continuity, community, employer associations, and academics. That is very critical in terms of that. So ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, thank you for your time. I just want to highlight that this is a very important aspect. We need to review the global trends that will continue to affect organizations, and the sound labor relations climate is very important. And the future that we want actually depends on what we do today. And also remember that to win in the marketplace, you must also win in the workplace. So labor relations is very important. With that, that's it from my end, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. And then I'll just take some questions from now on. Thank you.
Hiya, Donkey, Doc. Thank you very much for the presentation and articulating the global trends that are shaping the current and future labor relations in Southern Africa. And it's quite interesting that at a time when we're losing jobs in other parts of the world, Southern Africa is actually underemployed and unemployed. Questions, kindly raise your hands. Perhaps we'll just take 2 for now and then engage later with the others. Any hands raised up? Any comments following Doc's presentation? Yes, Mr. Munatsi, I'll start with you, and then Itai Bonda thereafter. Over to you, Mr. Munatsi.
Thank you very much, Kumbirai, and thanks, Doc, for the presentation. Mine is a quick one. You mentioned the shift to remote or hybrid work due to COVID-19. I'm doing a study on that, and I'm interested to find out whether this is possible in Africa, more so in the engineering, iron and steel sector. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we write a paper from your study, hey? I'll tell you what, I think in Africa, it's a 50-50 situation, hey? It is possible, and there are cultural aspects in terms of that. One, we need to look at, have we literally trained our employees in terms of how they can accommodate and manage the remote aspects, right? So that's my point number one. The other aspect is about the implications of some of the challenges that we have, the data prices, the load sheddings. Then the other issue is like, how do we monitor that? Do we have the systems in place to monitor working from home? So from me, it's a 50-50 situation. It could be possible if all those boxes can be ticked, it's possible. But in terms of all the jobs in the engineering sector, my answer to that could maybe for the guys who are working in marketing and sales, we have to be talking to the customers. But for the technical jobs who need technical equipment, that is not possible because they need to be in at the workplace, at the workshop to make sure that they are involved in the production process. That's my quick answer on that.
Thank you, Doc. Maybe take the two questions, Itai Bonda and Sibangeni Dube. Just ask your questions, Itai first, followed by Sibangeni, and then Doc will answer them at once.
Thank you very much, Kumbirai. And thank you very much again to Dr. Nzonzo for the comprehensive presentation. My question is actually on the digital side. Given the digital revolution that we have witnessed, particularly as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, I heard Doctor actually mentioning a percentage of our usage of technology, but I'm coming from the National Employment Council side, being the chairperson for the designated agents. We are the ones who actually do dispute resolution, particularly the alternative side. If I remember very well, it could be the National Employment Council for the agriculture sector that has actually adopted technology in dispute resolution. And I'm not so sure about these other NECs, which, by the way, represent every area of our economy. So probably I'm just saying the National Employment Councils are not adopting technology as an urgent strategy for actually resolving some of the problems that are being caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. That could be my comment on that area. I don't know what could be the response from the doctor or anybody else.
Thank you, Itai. Sangani Dube, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, for your wonderful presentation. Perhaps I have two issues that I wanted to raise in the best interest of time. Number one, you mentioned something about Generation Z. I wanted perhaps you to share with us how about this whole environment of working with all the generations. All the generations are now working under one roof. Generation Y, Generation X, Generation G, Generation Z. How can this whole fruit salad actually be harmonized to make sure that they produce the best going forward? And also, secondly, the issue of training. You mentioned something about training, perhaps more into people already employed. We have seen the collapse of industry in some countries, especially in Southern African regions. What can perhaps governance, union, and so on try to make sure that there is reinvestment, especially in our polytechnics, so that we have got up-to-date equipment which can train employees who can fit into the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
Thank you for that. To the first gentleman who talked about the digital revolution, can we touch base on that offline? Maybe you can send me an email, I'll share my slides. I'm literally interested in the digital revolution, especially the impact of COVID-19. And I'm so happy, I was literally smiling to hear about the developments that are happening. Then in terms of the other industries that haven't, the other sectors that haven't adopted technology, could it be a fear of how things have been done? I think we all know from a management of change perspective that some people have sort of like drawbacks in terms of that. I was to tell you about our experiences from an academic point of view, that Even when we moved to teaching fully online, some people literally held back, especially the elderly professors. So it's not something that is peculiar to your industry, but it's actually peculiar to most industry that you have people holding back on that. But can we touch base on that? I'm literally interested on that. Thank you so much for the comment. Then to the gentleman who talked about the Generation Z, I like the concept of the fruit salad. How do we harmonize all the fruit salads into one? I'll tell you what we need to do is to, number one, do what is known as an organizational climate survey, right? Find out what's going on, because in your organizational climate survey, you can actually tell them to just rate themselves in terms of their ages. Tell them in terms, ask questions around what are the key issues that needs to be addressed. So when you do an organizational climate survey, you will definitely be able to have an idea of what are the key issues. But from a research perspective, some of the aspects that you're going to find are just literally similar, like the financial motivators and the non-financial motivators. But Generation Z can actually be a little bit tricky in terms of what they want, because they're a very different generation. But what you can do in terms of harmonization is literally to just do an organizational climate survey, find somewhere where you can harmonize, and then you work around there. Then in terms of the issue of training for people in employment, that is very critically important. How do we do that? The union can play a very important role in encouraging employees to just train for their own career development, but this needs to be supported by policy in the organization. I can't train and then there is no transfer of learning in the workplace. Let's train people. Let's have project-based management systems. Like if we are having a project, instead of recruiting people from outside, let's recruit people from within who work in project teams so that they can showcase their skills. Then in terms of how can we create synergies with the polytechnics, I think the whole issue lies in work integrated learning, our intentions. Let's have those consolidated and integrated relationships between the industry and the education sector. I think we can move a step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I was born talking. I can talk for the whole 5 hours. So let me rest my case there. You can send your comments on the chat and I'll just be responding to you because I'm around until 2 o'clock at the end of the conference. Kumbi, over to you. I hope I've not eaten too much into the time. Thank
you very much, Doc. I think you've helped us manage the time better. So thank you very much for that. It's now time for our keynote address, and our guest of honor is here with us. But to introduce the guest of honor, I'd like to defer to the Managing Director of Jacob Bethel, Mr. Blessing V. Munatsi, who's also the EISAZ Vice President. Over to you, Mr. Munatsi.
Once again, thank you very much, Kumbi, for that and for holding it. Good morning to everyone. I am humbled and honored to be given this task of introducing our guest of honor and keynote speaker. Before I take the pleasure of introducing our guest of honor, allow me to publicly express my gratitude to the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare for its unwavering support in our labor relations programs. Ladies and gentlemen, if one takes a closer look at our esteemed guest of honor today, two distinct virtues pop up. Besides perseverance and hard work, he has a pioneering spirit and a willingness to take whatever comes his way. Our guest of honor and keynote speaker is the living idiom of a man who happened to be born at the right time at the right place. Coupled with an impressive background, it is not therefore surprising that he became a devoted public servant in the government. That is there. This man is incomparable to his genuine intention to fulfill his chosen vocation as a devoted, committed, loyal, and dedicated public servant. Mr. Langton Ngorima obtained his master's in employment and industrial relations from the University of Turin, Italy. He holds several professional courses in the field of labor relations, conflict management and transformation, conciliation and arbitration of labor disputes, labor migration and international labor standards. He has worked as on a number of policy documents adopted by government. After graduation, he worked in the Ministry of Education and transferred to a Ministry of Labor in 2001 and has been working in the labor administration since then. He has risen through the ranks to the current position of acting director of labor administrator. He has extensive experience in international labor standards obtained through experience as the desk officer of ILO in the international relations of the ministry for a long time. He is a member of ZOSHC, deputy chair of the interim board for the Zimbabwean National Productive Institute, board member for Zimbabwe Institute of Public Administration and Management, government negotiator in the National Joint Negotiating Council, national focus person for sustainable development goals, chairman of the Labor Advisory Council, member of the Tripartite Negotiating Forum, Management Committee. He also heads, he's also head of the TNF's Secretariat. He has participated in high-level bilateral meetings, regional and international conferences representing the government of Zimbabwe. Mr. Ngorima is a devout Catholic and a proud family man. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Langton Ngorima. Over to you, sir, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munatsi, for such very kind and warm words. I am a disciplined civil servant, and most of the time we listen to such narrations when they are made for my bosses. So to me, today is very special because I've been accorded that privilege that I always watch my bosses, the politicians, experiencing. But suffice to say, I feel honored to be here among people that answer to the call of decent work in as much as I do. I feel I'm among compatriots. And a little bit of a disclaimer that we come to you not with the mentality of we know it all, but with the idea of exciting dialogue, generating ideas so that together we can build this great nation of Zimbabwe and put it on the developmental trajectory to attain our Vision 2030, that of having an empowered upper middle income society by 2030. Hence, your views, your disagreements, and whatever are most welcome, because it is only your divergent views that make our work much richer. So I don't shy away from criticism, but I will certainly welcome all your views. It's a great honor for me to be accorded this privilege of making a keynote address. And like I indicated, it has always been my work to prepare speeches that I don't deliver in keynote addresses. And I do hope perhaps it's some indication of better things to come. And I can only say, as they say, that I receive that anointment and hope it will materialize in good time. But let me say, I recognize you, Master Director of Ceremony, the President of the Engineering, Iron and Steel Association of Zimbabwe, Mr. Mabena, the members of the Engineering, Iron and Steel Association of Zimbabwe executive who are here present. You know, I'm a civil servant and we are cultured in making sure that you recognize everyone. And let me just adopt the usual practice to say, all protocol observed. If I, by mistake, left out any important person, it's not out of any intention, but rather a mistake which I would be able to, which I'm free to apologize over, because I for one do agree with that you cannot belittle anyone. If you belittle anyone, then it means you have not spent a night with a mosquito, because it's not certainly size that matters, but the effect that matters. So I apologize if anyone was not recognized. Distinguished panelists and all participants in this webinar, I'm sincerely grateful for having been invited to deliver the keynote address at this event, which has become a permanent feature on our annual calendar within the labor administration sphere, and which has been convened to discuss pertinent issues in industrial relations as we review developments on the labor market in 2021 and reflect on the prospects for 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, as we emerge from COVID-19 induced economic slowdown, we cannot ignore the fact that the global pandemic has significantly disrupted the way business entities operate and brought about new forms of workplace practices, thereby transforming the way employers and employees interact. The new normal, as we call it now, that is emerging in the aftermath of COVID-19 has left workers, employers, and other stakeholders in the labor market anxious about their future prospects. And I just got snippets of the previous discussions. It's very clear that where we had anticipated the future of work to come to us in 2 decades or so to come, COVID-19 is accelerated and that process, and we are starting to live with the future of work. And our labor market must be responsive to these issues and must be able to mitigate some of the issues that COVID-19 had brought to the fore, which we had anticipated would perhaps would be within our labor market in a decade or two to come. In this regard, new leadership and social engagement approaches are required if we are to adequately address the concerns of the various stakeholders. I'm therefore gratified to note that EISAZ has managed to bring together in this forum captains of industry, human resources practitioners, and experts to deliberate on how to respond to challenges and opportunities that COVID-19 has brought to the workplace. In as much as we might moan about the negative consequences of COVID-19, but we must also recognize that there are opportunities that are there. There is a silver lining. There are opportunities that we can grab to enable us as stakeholders to mitigate the challenges that COVID-19 has brought about. And let me emphasize that one of the most efficient ways of navigating through a crisis, through a pandemic, is by making sure that we entrench the culture of dialogue, workplace cooperation. And I'm happy to say this virtual webinar is one such example in which we sit around, discuss, share ideas, and be able to chart a well-negotiated and agreed way forward. So thumbs up to EISAZ for nurturing the culture of dialogue. We have entered into an era in which we must transform ourselves. It's not always that there must be fights, there must be war, there must be toying, there must be clashes to get what we want. We must embrace social dialogue. We have seen in the past what has happened during the global financial crisis. It is those countries that had efficient and sound social dialogue processes that evolved faster and much stronger from the crisis. So this is one essential element of our human interaction that we must engender in everything that we do. On my part, I will only tease you by briefly outlining some of the emerging industrial relations issues to set the stage for panelists to delve deeper in the subject matter. Like I've indicated, I'm no expert of everything, but my desire is to see and cultivate debate, is to cultivate the mushrooming of ideas that can better serve us all. Let me come to the issue of wage disputes. The pandemic has seen business facing challenges in paying salaries when income was heavily depressed, as restricted movement of clients reduced the revenue of the establishments. Some sectors have seen reduction in working hours, translating to reduced man hours, leading to wage cuts in some instances. While some workers were being sent on unpaid forced leave without salaries as companies fought for survival. In all this, as a labor administration, we have been confronted with calls for us to put more statutory instruments pertaining to COVID-19. And our position has been very clear that we are guided, this is a health pandemic, we are guided by the health protocols. And we were quite observant of the discussions that were going on within the established task force to deal with the pandemic. And we have also, within the auspices of the tripartite negotiating forum, been discussing and giving our recommendations to the task force. And I can tell you without any shade of doubt that much of the intervention, containment, and management interventions that have been put in place emanated from the discussion that we have had within the auspices of the TNF. Many are aware that there have been extensions of lockdowns, and business have lobbied for a consideration of a business case, and government obliged, and hence you saw the relaxation of the trading hours, which to me points to the efficacy of dialogue. When we want dialogue, when we want something done, it is our duty to sharpen our advocacy, to engage and let the other party understand where we are coming from. Let's articulate issues from the other party's point of view so that they understand that we are with them, rather than engaging in unending fights, criticism, which does not bring any benefits to anyone. So we shied from coming up with lots of legislation because our belief is very clear. We do not want to over-legislate ourselves. Our industrial relations system must be very mature to incorporate workplace cooperation so that we come with solutions that come from the bottom going up, solutions that are relevant to specific establishments. This one-size-fits-all mentality will not take us anywhere, because the pandemic has affected different establishments in a different way. And we have therefore given the latitude to the different establishments through the Works Council, through the employment councils, to develop sector-specific arrangements that are in line with the protocols set by the government insofar as COVID-19 management is concerned. So it is not surprising that in the current year, 2021, collective bargaining processes at works councils and employment councils have been characterized by wage deadlocks. We understand and appreciate that. But we have seen quite a lot of agreements which we have registered as a ministry. And we wish to applaud the employment councils for navigating through such difficult negotiation processes in difficult environments, where on one hand, you have a compelling case for the improvement of the salaries and conditions of service for the workers. On another hand, you have an employer who is faced by diminishing returns as a result of the containment measures. The magic of how you are able to navigate this and come with collective bargaining is indicative of the maturing industrial relations in this particular country. This means that employers association, trade unions, and workers' committee need to adopt strategies of balancing needs for rewarding employees in the face of reduced revenues to create an all-gain situation. I understand I've been told that there is no win-win situation, but an all-gain situation. And I believe, given this scenario, what it calls for is for us to continue sharpening through training our negotiation and collective bargaining skills, guided by the principle of trying to broaden the cake. Because if we focus much on dividing the small cake, we will always be conflicting and having disagreement and deadlocks. So in as much as we negotiate about dividing the cake, let us also negotiate about measures that increase the size of the cake so that we all gain from that. And as such, I request and offer the services of my department in ensuring that we train the NEC and the different establishments on productivity enhancement, on productivity measurement, so that we produce, so that we can absorb the challenges that COVID-19 has placed upon us. One cannot fail to talk about health and safety in this COVID-19 era. Health and safety at workplace has always been a key aspect of industrial relations. And COVID-19 has brought to the fore the many challenges that we have and the gaps that we have within our systems. from a legislative framework and also from a collective bargaining perspective. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed the issue of OHS at another level, as the issue of protective equipment became a matter of life and death. And I must applaud the employers who quickly responded to the dictates of managing COVID-19 as an occupational disease. We have seen the provision of masks, we have seen the provision of education, letting the people understand the do's and don'ts of COVID-19, to the issue of protecting the workers from the clients that come through the screening provisions, through the provision of sanitation, sanitizers, and workplace arrangements that ensured that workers are safe at the workplace and that the workplace is safe from COVID-19. I'm very much aware of the ongoing debate about the issue of vaccination, very contentious, depending from which perspective you look at it. The human rights perspective that advocates for the protection of individual rights. The safety and health perspective that emphasizes the need to protect the majority, and hence the need for health authorities to put in place mechanisms that entice people to go for vaccination. Within the auspices of the TNF, we are set to, under the cluster of health, to discuss, led by scientific evidence, the appropriate arrangements that we can put in place regarding vaccination, and you'll be informed of the outcome very soon. We had also put in place workplace guidelines, occupational health and safety guidelines for COVID-19, but unfortunately, because of the deadlock that we had in the TNF, these guidelines did not see the light of the day. And it is mandatory that we put in place policy and guiding frameworks that have the buy-in of all social partners. So we hope it's not too late for us to then conclude and promulgate these guidelines so that employers can be guided at the workplace. I also, like I indicated, believe we must make sure that we mature the industrial relations system. I don't believe in an industrial relations system that relies mostly on legal instruments. We must be able to engage and craft something that is guided by workplace cooperation so that we move together as a collective. Of course, the issues that you were talking about, the issue of managing remote work, and this is what we have been saying, that the future of work has been brought forward by COVID-19. As a large proportion of the workers is obliged to work from home in a bid to decongest workplaces, organizations have had to harness online services and put in place systems to efficiently and effectively meet clients and demands. But how many of our workplaces and our employment sectors have guidelines that guide employers, workers on issues regarding remote work? We have not moved with speed to provide the guidelines. And this is an issue that we need to discuss about and agree and put some framework that guide. The transition to remote work culture means that organizations have to come up with strategies to keep employees engaged if productivity is to be maintained in situations where people are working from home. We have also seen the dangers of working from home. I need not to delve into that. But essentially, what this entails is that there must be provision of the right tools to employees, such as ICT tools, to facilitate work and also gather real-time updates for them. As a sector, therefore, you need to develop guidelines that inform establishments on the issues of remote work, because you need to take into consideration the peculiarities within the engineering sector that you need to embrace. The principle is agreed, but however, the peculiarities must be within a guiding framework. And therefore, I believe I have seen my young brother Yamatore here. Let conversations be had within the engineering sector about the issues of remote work and develop guidelines that help to guide the workers and the employers on this. Essentially, as a labor administration system, guided by the ethos of NDS1, National Development Strategy 1, our ministry strategic plan, we get worried with issues of loss of employment as a result of COVID-19. As we have seen limited or no operations in some cases, which has led to closure of some companies due to COVID-19, as companies shed off labor, or the transformation of new employment relationships and increasing casualization of employment as employers sought to have more of their workplace on short-term and indefinite contracts of employment. And that has got a very serious implication on us as a country. When people are on other forms of employment relationships, either casualization, short-term, it means the number of savings that we make as a country will be limited. And also the retail sector, the pension sector, they get to be affected because people that are on limited contracts, that are on casualization, rarely contribute to pensions. And you know, pension money is that resource envelope that we use for development, because pensions, they try to make the money sweat by giving it off to investors so that they invest and they also get dividends. So if a majority of our employees are on this type of employment relationship, we won't attain our upper middle income status by 2030. So it is our desire to say, let us guard jealously the protection of the formal sector by minimizing the loss of employment. And there are many mechanisms that we can talk about that protect the loss of employment. From a legislative point of view, we have also the Labor Amendment Bill that has got some issues in which, as a system, we have tried to respond to the issue of new forms of employment. Like, for instance, there is a new phenomenon called 0 hours that has characterized our labor market, that a worker is only paid for the time that they are actually working. If there's a break in production, which is not as a result of the worker, let's say, for instance, there is loss of power, the machinery breaks down. Some employers are saying, I just make you pay for those hours that you are actually working. And there are provisions that we have put in the Labor Amendment Bill that tries to deal with that. There's also the issue of labor broking. As employers tend to go around the legal framework, evading responsibility of being an employer through development of disguised employment relationships or triangular employment relationships. And at the end of the day, we end up with two parties that do not want to assume responsibility over a worker. So there are provisions that are there that we have put in the Labor Amendment Bill, not necessarily to tighten, but to remove the lacuna that was in the legislation that was being exploited. So we will be happy in the future to engage you over these matters and see what implications are there for the employers. But what is important for us is that this highlights the need for social dialogue at the company level or even industry level to explore ways of implementing measures to avoid retrenchment in a way that creates an all-gain situation for the employers, for the workers, and for government. Let me also talk about the need for us to modernize our systems. And we believe that the NEC engineering sector must also follow suit through enhancing the inspection and training capacity. The COVID-19 restrictions have seen limitations of labor inspectors and NEC designated agencies to attend to workplace inspections, which are a vital core in the monitoring and regulation of labor markets to enable the labor administration system to anticipate and preempt potential disputes. Let me demystify. When we conduct inspections, we are not the police for the labor market, no. Our inspection is for three things. One, to enforce the standards that are within the Labor Act and also that which you agree through the CBA. Secondly, to provide technical guidance to every employee regarding workplace challenges they will be experiencing. And this we do for free. You don't need to hire experts. We have the experts. Engage us, we provide technical expertise. And thirdly, to make an audit of the policy and practical situations so as to recommend the necessary changes that are necessary for the viability of the employment sector. So for me, this has not been taken advantage of because most of the time you find designated agents are used as debt collectors following up on NEC subscriptions only. And I want to challenge those that are in the NEC to say, let us resort back to the true dictates of labor inspection based on the three important functions that I've outlined. And we will see the growth of our industry. Let us understand how each and every establishment is being affected by the environment so that we can provide the necessary feedback for corrective measures that will see the sustainability and the growth of industry. And I would want to challenge the NEC to give us an opportunity to train the designated agents about productivity so that they are not only debt collectors, but people who promote the growth of industry. So going forward, there is need for NECs to work closely with the ministry to strengthen the inspectorate function as outlined. And we also need to modernize our system by coming up with a robust and functional labor market information system. We need data on each labor market indicator so that we can provide policy guidance appropriately. There is a lot of data that is in the industry, but we have not harnessed it to enrich our policy formulation. We have treated the issue of data as nothing possible, but I'm told there's nothing as important as data under the sun. And they say, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. How can we manage our workplaces if we cannot get the necessary labor market information? We also need to revolutionize our dispute resolution system to make it effective through the introduction of an electronic case management system. We cannot remain dinosaurs in this age of digitalization. We need to digitalize our case management system. And we need to deploy adequate manpower in our NECs. The monies that we collect each and every month are there to improve. And if we cannot deploy the necessary manpower, then we are not fit for purpose. As I conclude, because I heard someone say they can talk and talk for hours. I was once a teacher, and I'm also a trainer. I can go on for ages, but I understand with virtual meetings, time is of essence. As I conclude, I just want to tell you that we have processed the labor amendment bill. It has gone through cabinet and it's now with parliament. As a sector, you can organize yourself because parliament will conduct what are called public hearings. If there are specific issues that you need to be captured in the labor amendment bill, you can organize yourself and make sure that you attend the public hearings by the parliament to contribute effectively. You might not have had that opportunity, but this is another window of opportunity you can utilize. And the main thrust of the amendments is to streamline the dispute resolution system, like I've said, and also create a harmonious industrial relation environment that is conducive for increased productivity and economic growth in line with the aspiration of our national vision and also the aspirations of our NDS 1. I wish to thank you for listening to me, and I certainly wish to engage more with you so that we build each other, so that we put this nation on a growth trajectory. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngorima, for the keynote address. May we temporarily unmute our mics, give him a round of applause, and then we can mute our mics again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngorima.
Thank you, Mr. Ngorima.
Thank you.
Mr. Ngorima. Thank you, Mr. Ngorima.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ngorima.
Thank you, Mr. Ngorima.
Well, thank you everyone for that positive response. And I know he was talking about how he normally drafts speeches for other people, but we can see that he has the substance. We can see that he has the capacity. And we really thank you for the insights that you've given us at this year's conference. Now we're moving on to our next presentation, and Mr. George Makings will take us through, and his topic of discussion will be a review of 2021's most pressing employment issues and a look at what employers can expect in 2022. Just a brief background of who Mr. Makings is. He's actually a legal practitioner by profession with over 30 years extensive experience consulting in labor law in Zimbabwe. He's worked in a number of companies and now runs his own consulting firm. George has been involved in various aspects of labor law and industrial relations management and has a significant amount of practical exposure and experience in the field of labor relations, having consulted for many major Zimbabwean companies. He's also a very strong training. He's got that training bias, and we have seen him working with the likes of IPMZ, MCOS, among other organizations, including multinational companies. Over to you, George Makings, for your presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for those kind words. As a 70-year-old, I'm afraid I'm not all that used to talking to, as I understand it, about 80 people, none of whom I can see, but I'll do my best. As the introduction, the guy giving the introduction said, I'm going to look at reviewing 2021's pressing employment issues, and then I'll also do a little bit of crystal ball gazing in terms of 2022 to decide and could guide you as to what might be a likely outcome in labor relations terms of what we can expect in 2022. There is a question and answer session at the end of my talk, I think for about 20 minutes or so. So I hope you will, if you have questions, then have an opportunity to give those to me. Going to the first part of my topic, which is issues faced in 2021, I think everybody would agree that perhaps the most difficult thing that we had to deal with during 2021 was the COVID pandemic. Obviously, that wasn't restricted to 2021. It was with us before then, but it still nevertheless had a significant impact during that time, where I think we had to adjust working practices to deal with the lockdown. We had problems of getting workers to work in restricted hours. We had transport problems getting them to and from work. And obviously, while we do not wish to in any way understate the very personal tragedies that many families had to face, it is a situation where we needed to look at it from a point of view of getting over it. I think the vaccination program has gone reasonably well, certainly in my experience in Harare. I can't talk for the nation as a whole, but I think a very good job was done in Harare. The issue that I want to talk about in labor terms, though, is one that we haven't as yet faced. And I have concerns that we may, going into next year, and to some extent, even perhaps the latter part of this year, we may well be looking at a situation where, with large numbers of workers being laid off with no pay and no benefits, because the employer has not been able to operate his business in the same way as he did for the reasons I've just talked about, we may well face a situation where we're going to have to deal with workers who will be complaining that they have been without work, without pay, without benefits for a significant time. I think many workers are aware of the reasons for it, and many reasonable workers may well understand that it's impossible for somebody who has a lockdown restriction to be able to provide work in the way that he did. But I do have concerns that there may be small radical elements that might be looking to come back at the employer and large unfair labor practices in respect of work issues relating to the lockdown and not being able to be at work. In my view, we have to address these seriously from the point of view that I believe it's something that both sectorial NECs, such as the engineering NEC, and in conjunction with government, there needs to be a way to look at this from the point of view of putting in place mechanisms that recognize that where employers have not been able to keep staff in full employment because of the lockdown, they must be looked after rather than ending up in a situation where large claims against employers are allowed to proceed, which will cripple the employer in the sector and lead to massive unemployment. So I hope that will be done. I think government is cognizant of the fact that it's happened, but whether it has the political will to address it or not, I'm not too sure. One of the things certainly during the course of 2021 that I've been involved in on very many occasions is the difficulty with regard to contractual employment. You will recall, I'm sure, in terms of Act number 5 of 2015, provision was made for NECs to negotiate fixed-term contractual employment from the point of view of laying down the duration that one could have in terms of contracts and the number of times that contract could be renewed before an employee was considered to be permanent. I won't deal significantly, directly with the engineering sector, as unfortunately I was unable to get a copy of the SI involved, assuming there is one. But I want to make some general remarks with regard to the issues that have arisen out of contractual employment and the restrictions. On occasions, I've been approached by my clients with employees arguing that they are permanent because they have had X number of contracts, the majority of which were entered into prior to any amendment to the Labour Act. And they are concerned as to whether or not they are in a position where they are breaking the law, but not breaking the law, but creating an environment where people have become permanent. And that permanent employment has come about through prior contracts prior to the amendment. I think the law is very clear here. There is no retroactivity in regard to contractual employment with regard to this issue of restrictions. So clearly contracts entered into prior to the restrictions don't have any relevance at all. I would go so far as to argue any contract that was entered into prior to a restriction being brought into place, but only ended after that restriction, also doesn't apply in terms of the restrictions. I do feel that many employers have, by the passage of time when restrictions have been put into place, created an environment where people that they deem to be contractual are actually already permanent employees. I've said to my clients, I don't see this as a major problem in the sense that you may well continue to treat people as contractual employees, giving them contracts. But in the context of our law, the issues that you need to recognize is that they are permanent. My view is that whether they're contractual or permanent, they're entitled to the full conditions of employment laid down in the relevant CBA. And the real issue in regard to their status only comes to the fore once you're in a position where you need to terminate their services. In that circumstance, quite clearly, you can't just get to the end of a contract and indicate to the individual, sorry, we're not going to renew your contract. Because that person has now, by the passage of time, become permanent. So when that person does need to go, even if you have been continually providing him with fixed term contracts that he's signed, you need to recognize that he's permanent and he needs to be retrenched in the normal course of retrenchment as per a permanent employee. Some people have queried whether casual employment has now been overtaken by this whole concept of contracts, restrictions thereon. In some of the instances, for example, commercial have said that you can't have a contract for less than 3 months. I'd just like to say that casual employment has not been affected at all by this particular amendment to the Labour Act. Casual employment remains as it was. You cannot work for more than 6 weeks in any 4-month period, and it is not in any way restricted by the restrictions on fixed-term contracts. One point that I think you need to be a little careful with, and it's something that I think people are aware of but may lose sight of, is when you terminate a fixed-term contract, while obviously it is still a legitimate fixed-term contract, Section 12B, subsection 3 of the Labour Act will be applicable. Where an employee can show a legitimate expectation of continued employment, and the position the employee held prior to you letting him go is taken up by another person being engaged in his stead, then that form of termination can lead to damages for unlawful dismissal. Don't, however, be in any way intimidated by a trade union claiming that that dismissal is unlawful, where only one of those circumstances is present. Section 12B3 is very clear. It has to be on the basis that you need to show a legitimate expectation, and you let the person go and you replace them with another person in their stead. Then you create the illegitimate process. The one without the other doesn't create an illegitimate process. So even if a guy's been on contract for a long time and you then let them go, the position is one where, as long as you're not replacing them, as long as that job is not going to be done by somebody else, then the position is one where that termination is perfectly lawful. Wage negotiations during this year, I think we are moving, unfortunately, into a position where we were prior to the dollarization in 2008. Wage awards are far too frequent, and they are, in many instances, at percentages that are too high from the point of view of being competitive in the region. I feel that there is a need now, and certainly going through to 2022, to try and stem this process. It appears, although one might argue against this when you go into supermarkets and look at prices, but it does appear that inflation is slowing. And in that circumstance, there's a good argument that we no longer need quarterly increases. I think there is a need for us to get back, maybe not right away, but going towards that idea as laid down the Labour Act, that negotiations have a 12-month cycle. The Labour Act makes provision for that. And also we need to look at it from the point of view of trying to get a situation where there are more realistic increases. The other thing that I have concerns about in terms of reviewing 2021 is the number of negotiations that end up in arbitration, instead of the parties trying to find common ground. I think that's a mistake, and I think it's unfortunate. I have great concern in the idea that an employers association and a trade union give to two people who have nothing to do with their sector, nothing to do with their industry, are not involved in their industry. You give them the responsibility of deciding what wage should be put into place for a given period, rather than trying to find common ground through the negotiating process. I would urge that the movement to arbitration be something that you try and avoid. I do a number of arbitrations, and I obviously make money as an arbitrator, but I still believe that arbitrations are not the right way to go. And I think with a little bit of effort, one can find common ground with your trade union, you're representing an employers association. The next point I'd like to look at that has been a cause of concern during 2021 is compensation for loss of employment. This is not obviously a subject that came in 2021, but it's been around since the amendment in 2015, but it continues to be an ongoing problem. Compensation of 1 year, 1 month for each 2 years of service, and for a pro rata payment for any portion less than 2 years is, in my experience, quite well known as a fact. I think the difficulty that arises with these is that there's a tendency, particularly in the hands of the union, for them to indicate that any form of termination entitles an employee to compensation. It was very clearly, if you look at the Labour Act, compensation applies to retrenchment, it applies to non-renewal of a fixed term contract, but compensation is paid for the duration of the contractual employment that has been entered into, and I would argue only back to the date of the amendments, which was August 2015. A mutual agreement to terminate should also have provision relating to the 1 month. And initially, a disciplinary discharge. Although the Labour Court has, over the last couple of years, come to a conclusion that where you terminate through disciplinary process an employee's employment without notice on a summary basis, compensation is not paid. And that's something you need to bear in mind. But what I think sometimes happens, and where pressure is brought to bear on employers, to say that when there's a resignation, when there's a retirement, or when, for example, one terminates employment for somebody who's used up their sick leave, the argument quite often in that context is that compensation should be paid. My view very clearly is that compensation does not apply to those forms of termination. The other thing that I've found with my clients, and I don't know whether in the engineering industry we have the same problem, but a lot of my clients have a problem with the idea that they pay two forms of compensation. They pay compensation the 1 month for every 2 years in terms of Section 12 of the Labour Act. And in addition, they have to pay a gratuity. Obviously, not all sectors have gratuities. Some sectors have pension schemes within the NEC, but a lot of NECs still have gratuity payments on a sliding scale based on service. I have to tell my clients very clearly, unfortunately, like it or not, there are two forms of compensation and you are required to pay both. You can't get away from that. You must pay the gratuity and you must pay the compensation in circumstances that I've just described earlier on. The final point that I'd like to look at from the point of view of just reviewing 2021 is that, and this is a recent development, but there seems to be a lot more threat or actual strikes going on. I've been involved in two very recently, and it certainly seems that the workforce feels that they're not getting a just deal and they are prepared to withdraw their labor to try and get a better deal. The way our law works, in the 30-odd years that I've been involved in labor relations in this country, I've never been involved in a legal strike. All strikes are illegal because it's almost impossible to legally strike. The main cause normally of strikes being illegal is that the 14 days notice to strike is not adhered to. Strikes are an emotive issue. People get angry for some reason or other and they storm out of employment. If you say to them, hold on, you've got to give 14 days notice, they take no notice at all, and understand it. It's quite difficult in my experience to pressure workers to return to work. Sometimes it can be successful, and I would say that quite often getting a Ministry of Labour official involved or a designated agent from the NEC involved can be a bit of a catalyst to getting people back to work. But often it's not successful. One of the things that I think does happen and which I would be strongly against is that in order to get people back to work, you start to enter into negotiations with representatives of the striking workers. My view is that's a major error. If you reward people for behavior, they will repeat it. And in the context of that, people who go on strike and see that they get a benefit from that strike will go on strike again in the hope that they'll get another benefit. So my view is that I would not do that. I think the best available option in relation to trying to address an illegal strike is to have your HR department, or if you prefer lawyers that you use, to go to the Minister of Labour with an application for a show cause order in terms of Section 106, and then look for the Labour Court to issue a disposal order in terms of Section 107 of the Act. If you do go that route, I would just guide you to make sure that you look for a disposal order that does two things particularly, well, three things really. One, obviously, is for them to go back to work. Secondly, to make sure that you're not required to pay the striking workers for the time they didn't work. And then thirdly, to make sure that you have disciplinary action available to you that you can take against striking workers, even if that is only taking action against a small number of guys who were the main instigators of the process. You will see that Section 107.3 of the Labour Act, 107.3 subsection 4, refers to the right for the employer to dismiss employees. I would just warn you that my belief is that that section does not mean that you can automatically terminate the services of all employees without due process. You still need to have a disciplinary hearing to deal with people like that. Because if you look at subsection 107.3, subsection 2, it clearly talks about due disciplinary process. So be a little careful of that. Moving forward, looking at what one can expect in 2022, the first thing that I want to raise is there are amendments to the Labour Act that are pending, and they have been pending for some time. The last sight I had of the pending amendments was in 2019, but it is my understanding that the government has agreed in principle to the amendments to the Labour Act. We're just waiting for a final bill to be drawn up, to be placed before Parliament. So obviously it can be debated and then passed. Some of the things that were in that amendment in 2019, and I assume will be in the final bill, are firstly, that there's an intention to withdraw compensation payments for anything other than retrenchment, which was the way it used to be. So one needs to be a little careful of creating an environment where does that now, when in fact it's only going to happen in a couple of, perhaps sometime next year. There are other more minor things. For example, a Labour officer can act for an NEC in an area where there are no designated agents available. There's an intention to go back to the use of independent arbitrators, which I think is a positive thing. And they will be entitled to, along with Labour officers and DAs, to be able to make awards that are binding, and you would then appeal to the Labour. You no longer have to have an application to the Labour Court for something to be approved, which I think is a far better way. The notice period for employees going on strike was intended to be moved from 14 days to 7. Maternity leave, you no longer have to be working for somebody for a year before you get maternity leave, and there would be no restrictions if the amendments go in the current form. No restrictions on the number of pregnancies that one can have with a single employer. I'm running out of time, so I'll run very quickly through the last bits of my talk. Strike and trade union activity. Unfortunately, in an election year, invariably there is an uplift in the situation with regard to trade union activity and strike. So we're probably looking at that going into 2022. In regard to negotiations, again, negotiations are always difficult in a highly politicized climate that usually comes about during elections. I think we're going to see the pursuance again of the poverty datum line as we have done in the past, because trade unions are very keen on it, although employers are not keen to pay a wage based on the size of an average family. There will be continued pressure, I think, of payment of wages in US dollars rather than Zimbabwe dollars. But I do think that the past practice of most NECs, which is to say that's not a matter for the NEC to determine, it's a matter for the individual employer with capacity to pay in US to decide what portion to pay in US. I think that's probably the way that will continue to go in 2022. There are and have been instances of recent times where what I would call rogue trade unions are putting pressures on employers, both in terms of individual disputes and collective disputes, to settle in a circumstance where the threat is you must settle without following due process. My view would be that I would always say to my clients, don't be intimidated into doing something by the presence of somebody who's making threats that are largely unlawful. We need to be strong. We need to be in a position where we get help from, for example, in this case, you get help from the Engineering Employers Association to deal with people like this. Don't be intimidated into giving up what you have because of a threat that you are in law wrong, whereas in reality, most of those claims are based on what somebody would like, not something that they're entitled to. I think I've run out of my time, so I'll conclude. I hope that you find some value in what I've had to say, and I've already indicated to Engineering Employers Association that I will make the paper that I've been reading from available for distribution in case anybody would like to see it. I'm also now in a position, time permitting, to answer any questions. I'm not sure that the position will be one where there is enough time, but if there is, obviously I'm very happy to answer any individual questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makings. Indeed, we're now open for our question and answer session. So some of the things that he had to rush through, I'm sure he can elaborate on them now in this question and answer session. So like the previous one, kindly raise your hand and then we can do a round of contributions before Mr. Makings can answer them all at once. Yes, I see a hand from the Mine Machines board. Kindly proceed and make your contribution.
I don't know if this question is for George, but it's just a question or a comment on NEC for engineering, if they can look into the pension or gratuity for staff workers, the non-graded staff, because people work for years and years and then come out with nothing. Because as far as I know, their gratuity only covers graded staff.
Questions one by one or after all of them? Shall I answer the question now or wait for all?
You can go ahead and answer now.
Okay. I have great sympathy for the point that you've made. My belief is that the point is very valid. Unfortunately, what has happened is probably more historical than anything. You may not recall, but prior to independence, it was common for pension schemes to be restricted to more senior people, and in those cases, largely white people. And I think probably 20 years or so before independence, there was a recognition of the fact that there needed to be a process to look after the workers who were in a situation where they would leave their employment with nothing to fall back on. That's when the gratuities first came in. Those gratuities have continued since then. And the situation was one, and I think quite rightly, and I'm glad that it happened that way, where more and more people came onto pension. There was no longer a racial connotation, and pensions were largely related to people within categories of employment rather than related to their race, which was clearly right. But then we had 2008. No pension scheme can survive hyperinflation. So to a large extent, a lot of people who were on pension suddenly found that their pensions were completely denuded, had almost no value. And in many instances, there was an acceptance amongst the workforce governed by a pension scheme that they would close their pension scheme down, not have a pension scheme at all. So the end result of that was that people who were on pension no longer had a pension. People who were on the gratuity system had gratuities. That's a position that unfortunately in many instances is still with us today. There are large portions of our overall workforce who don't get a gratuity and who haven't got a pension. So when they leave their employment, they leave with nothing. That does need to be addressed. I can see the point that's been made. I agree with it 100%. We do need to do something about it. Some of the NECs do have pension schemes, no doubt about that. But even that doesn't really help, because the NEC pension scheme only applies to people who are within the NEC. It doesn't apply to people outside the NEC. People outside the NEC are relying on usually a private pension scheme run by the employer. And many employers have not renewed pensions that went defunct under hyperinflation. Largely, I think, because there were huge concerns amongst the people who saw what can happen to pensions. They didn't want to contribute. They wanted to make as much as they could of the money they were earning. Didn't want any money to go into pensions. And that, again, is understandable. And when you're young, it's a good idea. You need money for today. But when you get to the stage where you're approaching retirement, and you can see that once you stop working, you'll have no form of income other than maybe a bit of money from NSSA, and then you obviously are concerned. Unfortunately, that's too late. We need now to create an environment where we start to encourage employers to go back into pensions, to go back into providing pensions for their staff members, for members who are just joining now, who will have 40 years or so of service to be able to generate a meaningful pension. One would hope that eventually that will happen, but at the moment, it's not happening.
Thank you. Another question from Kudzai Tombeni. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks, Mr. Mackins, for the presentation. My question is around the bill. Judging or being informed by your experience and what's currently happening, do you see or in your view, do you think that the bill will be finalized? Would it be possible for it to be finalized, say, in the next year or two? Or probably it's expected that it can take even longer than that before it can be finalized and passed into law? Thank you.
Over to you, George.
Thank you. The position, as I see it, is that there was no reason in 2019 for the bill not to have been finalized there and then. There was no reason for that bill not to be placed before Parliament and for the amendments to have come forward either in late 2019 or early 2020. The only thing that one can say is that there does not seem to be a political will to address the issues that are within the proposed amendments to the Labour Act. If I'm correct in that assessment, it's very difficult to be able to meaningfully judge whether or not the amendments will come through next year or within the next couple of years. The only thing I can say is that if the amendments are seen by government to be supportive of employees, to the benefit of employees, then they may well bring it through Parliament and have the bill become amendments to the Labour Act during the course of 2022, should I say. But if there's no political will, there's not a lot one can do. You know, there can be lobbying, and I think there should be lobbying, and I'm pretty sure that lobbying has taken place, both from the point of view of the Employers' Confederation and from the ZCTU and the ZFTU. But nothing seems to have happened to date. So for me to say with any certainty that we will see amendments to the Labour Act sometime in 2021 would be a statement that would be somewhat foolish, because I really don't know. I would hope that we do have, I would hope that if there is a need seen for amendments, and clearly the initial bill did see a need for amendments, I can see no reason why we shouldn't go ahead with those amendments. But for me to say they will happen would be foolish. I have no idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question would be, you mentioned how already you've been involved in about 3 strikes. And have you been able to successfully advise according to your prescription to say a sure cause order and a disposal order and things like that? Has that been successful, or are there any sticking points?
The simple answer to that is that, yes, I have been able to advise on that basis. In the one instance, people came to me having already got a show cause order and questioned whether or not they'd gone the right route and whether there was anything that I could recommend in terms of doing things differently. We had fairly long discussions in regard to discipline and the disciplinary process and the difficulties involved. The problem there was that the strike involved 1,000 employees, and it's very difficult to conduct individual hearings for 1,000 employees. It's time consuming, to say the least. So quite a lot of the discussion was around those, but the route was correct, and the outcome from a show cause application that went through the Labour Court, and the Labour Court judge issued, I think, a very well-structured show cause order or a disposal order. So it worked well. The other one, we're in the same position, but just a little further behind. And at the moment, they're awaiting the outcome of an application that was made for the show cause. So the presentations were made both to the Minister and to the Labour Court, and we're now waiting for the Labour Court to issue a disposal order. But I think the process, the procedures, the way those were dealt with is the right way to go. It's unfortunately not quick. It doesn't happen overnight. And quite often, I think employers are concerned about the fact that every day the workforce is on strike is a significant cost for them. So they would rather it happened quicker. One of the things one can do, as I said earlier on, is to take a view that you create the environment within which dialogue does take place, not a negotiation, but a third party like a Ministry of Labour official or a designated agent comes to the workforce to point out to them the fact that what they're doing is illegal, and in the hope that that will be sufficient to convince the guys to go back to work. And then when they get back to work, there may be a process that can be entered into where at Works Council level, issues that were of concern that led to the strike can be raised, negotiated, and hopefully resolved. So that is a quicker route, but it's not the same as negotiating directly with the workers while they're on strike. My advice, and I accept that there are people who've done that, and the negotiations have been successful. The strike has not been that long. The guys have gone back to work fairly quickly. It works, there's no doubt, but it sets a very poor precedent. Because at the end of the day, what I'm concerned about is that the guys will see, we went on strike, they negotiated with us, which they'd refused to do before we went on strike. We got these additional benefits as a result of those negotiations. So maybe if we want anything more, we should go on strike again. And that's something that I think is what you want to avoid.
Thank you. We've got 2 last questions on this session. David Ndlovu and Munyaradzi Mutunire. I'll kindly ask you to ask your questions one after the other, and then George will answer at once. Over to you, David, and then Munyaradzi.
Thank you very much, sir. Right, mine relates to like fixed-term contracts who work for companies which are seasonal. They spend most of their time doing fixed contracts and they are seasonal. Now, what happens? I haven't worked for a long time. What happened to, are they being paid? Should they be paid like compensation for loss of employment? How are those paid since they spend most of their time doing contract work for seasonal companies?
Thank you, David. Munyaradzi.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Makings, for such an informative presentation. Well, I heard that, well, you've noticed that vaccinations has been done really effectively in Harare. So based on that, I wanted to understand, because I've also noticed that employers are also preferring to recruit individuals who have been vaccinated. So wouldn't that raise some probably legal issues or maybe some ethical issues in terms of recruiting those who have been vaccinated as opposed to those who are not yet been vaccinated? Because my thoughts are we stand to be discriminative in such a way. So yeah, I would want to understand your thoughts on that, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, George.
Thank you. With regard to seasonal workers, the seasonal worker conditions of employment are governed by the collective bargaining agreement within which the seasonal worker operates. They have seasonal workers in agriculture, they have seasonal workers in the tobacco industry, etc. My understanding in regard to that is that there are rights that do pertain to seasonal workers, and I think quite rightly. And in the context of your immediate question, my view would be that where a guy is a seasonal worker on an ongoing basis, there should be some provision for that individual if that seasonal contract is terminated going forward, having had a number of years as a seasonal with a single employer. My view is that that employee should be entitled to claim compensation in the same way as an employee who is on a fixed term contract, but not seasonal. Seasonal is merely a form of fixed term contract. And in the context of that, if you're going to renew the contract, then one can obviously argue that I'm not going to pay you compensation after 8 months because in, say, 4 months' time, you're going to be coming back as a seasonal to work another season and another season, another season. But when you get to the stage where that person is not going to be called back for whatever reason, whether the position is that numbers of seasonal workers aren't what they were in terms of requirements, so they're going to download some of the seasonal workers. My view is that when those seasonal workers are no longer given an opportunity to work another season, then that if they are not going to be employed for another season at the time that their services are terminated, they should be compensated on the basis of the 8 months they worked, and it would be a proportional payment relating to 1 month for every year. Would be, I don't know what that, can't work that out in my head, but say 2/3 of a month for each season, and then they would get a payment. And my view is that that to me is the fair way of dealing with it. So David, my advice would be that that's the way seasonal workers should be treated. Munirazi, in regard to the issue of vaccinations and the preference of employers to want people vaccinated if they are looking to recruit. The first thing I can say is that that is a fairly common practice. There's no doubt in my mind that many employers are concerned about the spread of the virus and therefore feel that when they are recruiting, they want people who have done what they can to prevent the spread of the virus by them having a vaccination. But that's not the issue you asked. What you asked was, is that a fair process? Is it legal to require somebody to have a vaccination? Is it legal for a person who has not had a vaccination to be refused employment because of the fact that they haven't had a vaccination? My view, and this is a personal view, and I'm sure lots of people will have a different view, but my view is that there is nothing in our law that says you have to have a vaccination. Vaccinations at the moment are clearly a matter of discretion. Government is moving towards, and government may well create an environment where they feel for the greater good that they should legislate that having a vaccination is a legal requirement. They may legislate from the point of view of saying, well, if you choose not to have a vaccination, that may be your prerogative, but you will not be able to work because of the implications of not having a vaccination as a health hazard, perhaps, to people within the workplace. They're moving towards that, but they haven't done that. And as far as I'm aware, there is no legislation that says you have to have a vaccination. I've had a discussion with a client of mine with exactly the same concerns that you have when you're at it. And I said to them that the problem that you've got is that if you want to take an action, and the action would be unfair labor practice, where you have refused to provide employment to me or refused to continue to employ me because I don't have a vaccine. And you want to take that as an unfair labor practice into labor. The problem that I foresee is that that's likely to be seen by the labor officer, by maybe even the labor court, until such time as you perhaps get to the Supreme Court. It's likely to be seen to be something that the lower levels of dispute resolution are likely to find against you because of the fact that they are influenced not necessarily by the law, but by government policy. And I don't know whether the Supreme Court would take a stronger view. My view is it should take a stronger view that in the light of the fact that there's no legislative requirement in law that you have a vaccine, it would be inappropriate for a person to be refused employment or refused to be kept in employment merely because they hadn't been vaccinated. And I have no doubt at all that at some stage, and maybe when you're ready, you can be the one to do it. At some stage, somebody is going to take an action and take it all the way through to probably the Constitutional Court, unless government legislates and the legislation is seen to be acceptable in law. So I don't know whether that answers your question, but I have very mixed feelings. I personally feel getting vaccinated is a good idea. I personally feel that it makes sense for everybody to be vaccinated, but that's my personal view. And I accept there are many people who have a different view. They have a different view related to all sorts of reasons, from the conspiracy theorists to the person who feels that the lady that I was talking with had a problem related to the fact that they were breastfeeding a child and they felt that having the vaccine would not be appropriate at that time. So, you know, there are all sorts of people who have all sorts of reasons which they feel are valid and which I can not say they are not valid. I might not agree with them, but I can't say they're invalid. And in that circumstance, I believe that somebody will, at some stage, fight this all the way through to the most senior judicial body in the land, which is the Constitutional Court. And we may then get a response. And that response will then be a validation of government policy, even though it's not law, or it'll be a validation of the right of the individual in terms of their constitutional right not to have a vaccine. And that in that circumstance, exercising a right that you have of choice should not be a factor that influences somebody's willingness to employ you. And we will then know what the answer is. I have to say at the moment, I can't tell you what the answer is, other than I do know there are many employers who will not employ people if they haven't had a vaccine. So in that circumstance, in the given environment where jobs are hard to come by, one has to then make the decision as to whether you stick to your principles and fight it, or whether you think, well, I'd rather not have a vaccine, but I'd also rather not be unemployed, so I'll have the vaccine. It's a very personal decision. There is no right answer, right?
Thank you very much. Quite in-depth discussion there. Thank you for this engaging session. And I'm sure if we have time later, we can take more questions on this aspect. Our next presentation is by Caleb Mucheche. And just a brief background on who Caleb is. He's a founder and president of ZimLaw, former University Executive Dean of Law, legal practitioner, arbitrator, Pan-African legal scholar, legal author, international legal researcher, labor and business expert, and a senior partner at Caleb Mucheche and Partners Law Chambers. And his presentation will focus on a review of 2021's collective bargaining trends at works councils and NECs, solutions to wage negotiation deadlocks and practical tips for employers, associations, trade unions, and workers' committees to remain relevant during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Mucheche, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumbirai Nongo, for the generous introduction. I want to appreciate the presence of all the esteemed delegates who are part of this discussion. I also want to recognize the presence of my other co-presenters and particularly appreciate my friend George Makings, who actually did the opening presentation, more or less like giving us the platform that we now have. I'll straight away get to the presentation that I've been mandated to present on. The issue of collective bargaining is a very topical issue in terms of labor relations. That is why you actually find that one of the purposes of the Labor Act in terms of Section 2A, and I'm going to read Section 2A, subsection 1 of the Labor Act, which says that the purpose of this act is to advance social justice and democracy in the workplace by C, providing a legal framework within which employees and employers can bargain collectively for the improvement of conditions of employment. So the starting point is that collective bargaining is a legal imperative. It is not an option. It's actually compulsory in terms of our law. The Labor Act imposes a duty to collectively bargain. That duty arises from the Labor Act. It also arises from Section 65 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe. One of the rights that employees have is the right to collectively bargain under Section 65 of the Labor Act. Collective bargain, again, is also a right in terms of Section 2A, subsection 1C of the Labor Act, as read with sections 24, 25, 74 of the Labor Act. There are various sections, actually. You talk of up to Section 82. These are all various sections that talk of collective bargaining. Actually, Section 82 is like the heart of collective bargaining, because it is Section 82 that gives legal force to collective bargaining agreements. Otherwise, people could go through negotiations, they go through talks, it's like a talking shop. Nothing comes out of it. It's like people are just winding up time. But no, when people go through collective bargaining, it is a legal obligation. It is not like doing a favor to someone. It is not like extending a privilege. It is a legal right. So it is very important for us to understand that collective bargaining is a legal obligation. But there are two platforms where collective bargaining takes place. The first platform can be works council or enterprise level or what you call shop floor level. The second platform can be industry level or sectoral level, which is your employment council and your trade union. For the works council, you do have the workers committee in management. These two platforms, works council and employment council, they're interrelated. They're interrelated, interconnected, and they complement one another. But in terms of the one that is superior, the employment council is superior or is above the works council in terms of hierarchy. But that does not mean that a works council's negotiations are inferior or the other way around. What is critical at the end of the day is you have the employees and employers entered into negotiations, and are those negotiations acceptable to the parties? The whole idea behind collective bargaining is just about employer and employee coming together, their minds coming together in terms of having an agreement. And the objective of a collective bargaining agreement must be to agree. Now, one of the pitfalls or the challenges that is actually bedevil in collective bargaining is people get into negotiations with a mindset to disagree. That is a problem. Go there with a mindset to agree and also agree to disagree, but without burning bridges. Both employer and employee, they require one another. It is like a chicken and egg debate. Which one is more important than the other? There's always a saying that you must not slay or kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. But there's someone said, no, I really want to see how many eggs are inside there. Now, when it is dead, you can no longer get those eggs. I always share this when you have some people who are so retrogressive, who will be saying that let's just go on wildcat strikes, these strikes that have no basis at all. I'm not against strikes that have got a basis. There are actually some strikes that have got a basis. For example, you may have a situation whereby the employer is becoming totally unreasonable. The employer is not even accommodating employees in terms of negotiations for a better increase, wage increase. Obviously, employees under those circumstances, they're entitled by law to flex their muscles, to roll up their sleeves and ensure that they actually use power games, what we call power games. Strike or collective job action is part of power games. There are also provisions under Section 104, subsection 4 of the Labour Act that speak to the issue of strike to prevent occupational hazard. There's also strike to protect and to prevent an immediate threat to the existence of a workers' committee or a trade union. Those are some of the lawful scenarios under which employees can actually go on strike. In fact, a strike under Section 104, subsection 4 of the Labour Act is not inhibited, is not restrained by any other provisions that actually restrain or prevent a strike from being resorted to. All the formalities like 14 days notice, certificate of settlement, they don't apply under Section 104, subsection 4. Because a strike under Section 104, subsection 4 is an exceptional, extraordinary measure that employees will be resorting to as a survival. It's a fight for survival. It's a fight for employees to remain alive in the workplace. For example, if you're under occupational hazard, the law cannot say that you must try to look for entertainment first before you can actually have a safety or a way out or an exit valve. Surely, if your house is on fire, you can't really try to bring about entertainment. You can't bring about people who just say they are like cheer people. You act in a manner that befits a position or a challenge or a hazard that is before you. So the Labour Act has created such ring-fenced provisions to allow strike where there is a threat to human life. It has also allowed such ring-fenced provisions to allow a strike, a lawful strike, where there's a threat to a workers' committee or a trade union. But these should be real threats, not just a feigned or imagined threat. There are people who actually fantasize. They create stories that are not there. The law will test, is this realistic? Is this objectively correct? Was the workers' committee or trade union under real threat for you to invoke section 104, subsection 4 of the Labour Act, which I'm actually going to read, section 104, subsection 4, which says that nothing in subsection 1, 2, 3 shall be deemed to prevent collective job action from being resorted to A, in order to avoid any occupational hazard which is reasonably feared to pose an immediate threat to the health or safety of the persons concerned, provide that item 1, the occupational hazard has not been deliberately caused by the person resorting to the collective job action. Item 2, the collective job action resorted shall remain proportional in scope and locality to the occupational hazard in question. Item 3, the collective job action shall diminish in proportion as such occupational hazard diminishes. Section 104, subsection 4b, in defense of an immediate threat to the existence of workers' committee or registered trade union. Just had to do a rundown of some of the circumstances or provisions of the law that actually provide for strike action being resorted to. But obviously, as a matter of law, strike is allowed for a dispute of interest. So wage disputes, wage disagreements can actually give a trigger to a strike, because once the certificate of settlement has been issued, 14 days working, 14 days notice has been given, balloting has been done, employees actually allowed to go on strike lawfully. But I'm saying a strike must be last resort, because remember, no work, no pay principle. If you go on strike, there's no pleasure without responsibility. You'll be met with the obligation to also forfeit your money. Your pocket will be impoverished. So there is an issue to say that when you go on a strike, no work, no pay. So those employees who may be excited about strike, you must realize that strike has got its casualties. Strike has got its own people that are going to sometimes lose money, lose jobs. So I started off from strike because I know that from employees' perspective, there's always a mentality that we must go on strike, we must go on strike. But is it the only way? Why not go into negotiations with an open mind, with the mindset to agree, with the mindset to try and meet somewhere in between? The major challenge that we have, whether it works council or at employment council, people come with fixed positions. People come with hard positions. People come with the mentality to say, I don't want to agree. And who thought that in 2009, Zimbabwe was going to have an inclusive government? Look at the character of Robert Mugabe and Morgan Tsvangirai. Both of them were very strong men. Who would imagine that Robert Mugabe will come to a negotiating table and actually shake hands with Morgan Tsvangirai? Of all people. If you start reading, or if you start listening to some video clips when Mugabe took over leadership of ZANU during the liberation struggle and was being interviewed by BBC, one of the interviewers was asking him to say, asking the woman who was close to him by the name Salim Mugabe to say, how do you stay with this man? And she responded and said, you've already seen it for yourself. He has accommodated you. You've managed to get an interview. You've discussed things. Mugabe was a tough man. But in 2009, he concluded a global political agreement with Morgan Tsvangirai. There's power in negotiation. There is power in agreements. There is power in dialogue. There is power in discussions. I'm not trying to talk about politics, but negotiations or dialogue is very important because we know very well that we have got a global political agreement through mediation that was assisted by Thabo Mbeki of South Africa, former president of South Africa. If it was not for the mediation, which is normally applicable to labor matters, otherwise we're going to have a very serious deadlock in our political system. There was a gridlock. Parliament was hung. We produced a hung parliament. 2008 elections, there was no clear winner. There was no party with an outright majority to steer legislation. And you know very well that you need parliamentarians to support legislation. So it was necessary for Robert Mugabe and Morgan Tsvangirai to move away from their enclaves, from their corners, to try and say, let's move Zimbabwe forward. Actually, the day Robert Mugabe signed the global political agreement with Morgan Tsvangirai, he had addressed a rally somewhere where he gave an impression that he was not going to sign. But he actually signed that global political agreement. So negotiations require parties to depart from fixed positions. Obviously, I know that when it comes to trade unions or employers, employers organizations or employees, there are always constituencies. Those constituencies can hold you back. So by way of analogy, I've already given an example that the day the global political agreement was signed, President Robert Mugabe was coming from addressing a rally where he had some hardliners who said you must not sign a global political agreement, but he proceeded to sign it because he knew that it was in the best interest of the country to sign it. So you need to address your two constituencies in that manner that when you now come to the negotiation table, you must avoid playing to the gallery. If you come as members of the Works Council, members of the Employment Council, you must know that you are now wearing a different rate. Whether I represent the employers or trade union, you have an open mind. There's a case, a Supreme Court judgment of 2002. It's PTC. This is PTC Workers Union. There was a collective bargaining agreement that was concluded by PTC. Salary increases were made for the workers. PTC started paying those salaries under the new collective bargaining agreement. For some reason or the other, a certain member of the management who was so overzealous with ignorance and rampage decided to stop the payment of salaries under collective bargaining agreement that had been made law. And the employees went on strike. There was a very massive strike for PTC workers. What was the outcome of the case? When the matter went to court, the High Court concluded that it was illegal for the employer to renege or to violate a collective bargaining agreement that had been entered into, because once a collective bargaining agreement is sued and dusted, Section 82 of the Labour Act makes it legally binding. The same applies Section 25 of the Labour Act as relates or as regards a collective bargaining agreement at Works Council. So you have got some people who are not part of the negotiations who says, no, but why did you agree to these figures? If you wanted to have your own views or your own bite, don't start having revelations after the negotiations. Come or share your views to those who are representing constituents. But there are people who always want to throw spanners into the works. People want to make sure that their ego is dominating. That is quite dangerous for negotiation. So the reaction of the court or High Court was that what the employer did was illegal. The employer appealed to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also came to the same conclusion that the employer acted in an illegal way. The attempt to try and violate a collective bargaining agreement that had been concluded was totally illegal. It was a stinging illegality. Actually, in that case, before the employer reneged or purported to cancel the collective bargaining agreement, the employer actually went to the Minister of Labor, and the Minister of Labor sort of gave a green light. But the High Court and Supreme Court said that the Minister of Labor did not have any legal power to act in the manner that the minister acted. You cannot just drive powers from the air, you must drive powers from the law. One of the key things that the Labor Act is a legislation that seeks to introduce what you call minimum conditions. As an employer, you must know that you cannot pay or you cannot afford employees something below the minimum, but you can give employees something better than the minimum. So I know of some trade unions, they love a lot to quote about the Labor Act and what have you, but know very well that there are some employers who are prepared to pay you above the Labor Act. If you read most of the sections in the Labor Act, for example, Section 12C2, it says, unless better terms are agreed between the employer and employee, why do you think the legislature starts with unless better terms are agreed? Or unless better terms are provided in a contract of employment? The legislature in its own wisdom is recognizing that it is not always about what is in the Labor Act. Parties can agree to something that is better than the Labor Act. But what is not legally permissible is to pay or give something that is below the Labor Act or below a collective bargaining agreement minimum. So I've already indicated that there's an element of ignorance in some cases when it comes to collective bargaining. There's also an element of pride, ego. There are people who come to negotiations, they're not schooled, they're not trained in negotiations. They come with a mindset to deadlock. Of late, like under this COVID-19, when physical meetings have been quite difficult, it has been quite prevalent in most of the sectors. They've recorded deadlocks. Why are these deadlocks happening? Deadlocks are happening simply because parties, that is trade union and employer party, or workers committee and management party, they are not coming to the party with sincerity, with good faith. That is why Section 75 of the Labor Act imposes a duty of good faith. And Section 76 imposes a duty of full financial disclosure. Otherwise, negotiations are just a high-sounding nothing, an empty noise, which you call in law brutum fumel. If negotiations are not sincere, what really do you reap? What really do you get?
5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
5 more minutes.
Good. Obligation to negotiate in good faith. All parties to the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement shall disclose all information relevant to the negotiation, including information contained in records, papers, books, and other documents. Some parties are so hideous. They hide information. How do you go to negotiations we don't have the money? But you have not disclosed, you have not tabled, you have not presented information. B, make no false or fraudulent misrepresentation in regard to matters relevant to the negotiation. There's some trade union who come or workers community who come there, make some far-fetched, baseless allegations to say that the management is actually having these monies, they are having the monies staged in these foreign accounts. Lies, all lies, fraudulent statements. You should not do that when it comes to negotiations. Earnestly and expeditiously endeavor to arrive at a successful conclusion, the negotiation to ensure that the entire negotiation is concluded in absolute good faith. Absolute good faith is the hallmark of collective bargaining in terms of the Labor Act. Now, I just want also to highlight the new section 74, subsection 3 that was introduced by Labor Amendment Act number 5 of 2015 as part of negotiations. Employers and employees are also enjoined to consider section 74, subsection 3N. The following measures to foster the viability of undertakings and high levels of employment where applicable, namely measures, item 1, to promote high levels of productivity. Item 2, to promote economic competitiveness. And item 3, to promote economic and environmental sustainability. And item 4, to mitigate cost of living. All these factors, they must be considered with an open mind. I encourage parties sometimes when you reach your deadlocks, you may also need to get help from even some neutral parties to assist in terms of your negotiations. I also wrap up by saying that I mentioned about negotiations under former President Robert Mugabe. There's talk right now about negotiations under the new political arrangement under President Emerson Mnangagwa. You are fully aware that there's what is called Pollard. It's an attempt to try and create some political dialogue. It's about negotiation. Negotiations are important. Of course, whether such negotiations will produce results or not, it's a separate issue. It requires good faith, absolute good faith by the players. But at least a platform for negotiations when it comes to labor is very important. I will rest my case here.
Thank you, Mr. Kalabunjenje, for that passionate presentation. At this stage, we'll take questions. You are able to post on the chat or raise your hand and ask directly. There was a question raised earlier by Mr. Bebe, and he was saying, looking at the current amendments, the amendment bill, are we in the right direction in terms of shaping our labor relations in Zimbabwe, especially drawing from the first presentation about the changing employment context? Are we in the right direction in shaping our labor relations in Zimbabwe through this labor amendment bill that is being considered? Your view, Mr. Caleb Mucheche, and
I obviously share my personal view that the labor amendment bill is an attempt to correct challenges that were created by Labor Amendment Act number 5 of 2015, which was more or less like a firefighting measure or like some kind of what you would call first aid. It's like someone is actually hemorrhaging, there's actually serious bleeding. Then you just do some Labor Amendment Act number 5 of 2015 is actually a first aid. It's like bandage. But there are some situations that require more than a bandage or more than first aid. And that situation is what we have, what was created by the SWA case. Apparently, I'm the one who did the SWA case in 2015 for those who have got a good memory. It's actually exalted the common law above labor rights, above legislation. So what resulted were mass dismissals that were more or less like a labor genocide. So the attempt to try and correct that, it came via Labor Amendment Act number 5 of 2015. Now we've got Labor Amendment Bill that seeks to correct some of the gaps. Yes, there are some positive provisions there, but there are also some provisions that still need fine-tuning, that need further tailoring. I may as well say that, like for example, labor broking, it's a very important innovation by Labor Amendment Bill. Currently, we don't have specific provisions of the law that actually regulate labor broking, but you are seeing an attempt by the legislature to try and tame this typhoon, which has been very difficult to pin down, called labor broking. How? By providing for regulation so that there's protection of both the employer and the employee who get into this precarious relationship. It's like a precarious relationship, more or less like Muna Karembe Rapabazari Pambari. In the absence of legislation, there is a problem.
Thank you. We've got two questions. I'll kindly ask Itai and another participant, engineering co-host, to ask their questions in sequence, and then we can get a response at once. Over to you, Itai.
Thank you very much, Kumbi, and thank you very much, Advocate Mcheche, for the important nuggets that you have been sharing. I actually have got two questions. The first one is in relation to the bill that is under discussion. I am quite sure that in this bill, there is nothing in terms of probably direction or guidelines in relation to virtual hearings or this new normal that we are in. Is there any chance that new issues are going to be introduced to that bill, or is now simply a discussion of what is already there? Then the second question comes in the scope of collective bargaining, which you just shared. Assuming that a National Employment Council negotiated and agreed a CBA, who does have the burden to prove, particularly issues to do with underpayments, the employee or the employer? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take our advocate, just hold on, and then we'll take the second question, and then we can get a singular. So the next person with their hand raised up. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Kumbi. Thank you, Advocate Mcheche, for the insightful presentation you have made. I have one key question in respect of deadlocks that you have dealt with as a renowned arbitrator for labor disputes. The previous speaker, George Makins, recommended that it is key that social partners at employment councils, as well as works councils, try as much as possible to have a meeting of the minds. From your experience as an arbitrator who have dealt with the various deadlocks from various employment and works councils, what prescription can you give to us going forward, given the environment that we are operating in? Thank you, Kumbi.
Teja, over to you, Advocate, on those two contributors.
Thank you very much, Kumbi. I'll just try to cut to the chase. Okay, fine. I'll start with the first issue or the first question that was posed. In fact, it was a double stroke kind of a question. There was an issue to do with whether the bill is a provision for the right to be heard under the new normal. The provision for virtual hearings under the new normal. It looks like it's not there, but not all hope is lost. Even though the bill is now in circulation, but at a political level, it's going to be circulated for public comments. So this issue, if anyone feels that it must be included, it will also be included. But even without that issue being in the bill, legally, hearings can even be done virtual. There's nothing in our current law that stops virtual hearings. It's legally valid and competent for employers to actually conduct hearings virtually. So there's nothing really in the law as it stands that goes against virtual hearings. But for completeness, maybe out of the abundance of caution, or as a matter of making sure that there's extra provisions, you can also have such provision in the Labor Amendment Bill. So the room is still there. The bill can actually be amended at this stage, but it's not yet a law, it's not yet an act of parliament. Even if it becomes an act of parliament, changes can also be made that are necessary, but that will entail the lawmaker doing that. At this stage, this bill is supposed to be gazetted and sent to the public for their views. You get an opportunity to also air those views, which in my view are quite progressive. Then coming to the issue of negotiations at Works Council and Employment Council, issues to do with an open mind. I totally agree with George Makins. The advice that I can give is what I repeated and I reiterate again, that parties must go into negotiation with the mindset to agree. It's very important. It is about your mindset. It is about your mentality. If you go with the mindset to agree, you always have an understanding that even if we disagree, but we must have a calibrated disagreement, not total deadlocks. What we see in these deadlocks is a manifestation of fixed positions, rigid positions. Parties are in each other, in their corners, and it is not good for purposes of collective bargaining. It's actually something that is detrimental to collective bargaining. To answer another issue that was raised, to say that where the NEC or Employment Council negotiations and there's an underpayment, who has a duty to prove between employer and employee? The principle of law, the general principle of law is that you alleges must prove. So whoever is alleging that there is an underpayment is the one who must prove. But if you've got a collective bargaining agreement from the NEC, it's easier to prove. It's a matter of simple mathematics. You don't even need a mathematical genius. You don't even a rocket scientist to prove underpayments. Where the CBS saying someone was getting 100 and they're getting 20. I mean, I may not have a PhD in mathematics, but I cannot be able to identify or decipher the difference between 100 and 20, that it is 80. So it's a very clear-cut position. Collective bargaining agreements provide minimum conditions. It is very much wrong for an employer who knows very well that they're actually paying below the minimum to try and allow employees to go through the burden of having to fight for an obvious case. They should simply come out in the open. Be open. sasa driver wetractor anochinja magiya acho nekwana vanhu vese. That way you prevent unnecessary problems and counterproductivity at the workplace.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Any other comments? Any other questions? Patrick Muchovo, over to you.
Thank you. My question is also directed to Advocate Caleb Mcheche. Unfortunately, I'm asking on an area that he has not touched on his presentation, but it's within the bill. I just want to get his views, particularly there is a section in the bill where the ministry is talking about non-availability of like designated agents in a particular area, and therefore then authorizing labor officers to then have to deal with matters that ordinarily in terms of section 63 would have excluded a labor officer because there would be a registered National Employment Council to handle it. Why I ask this, I ask in the context that the Employment Council will continue to collect levies in that province from the companies that are in that area. But the ministry, instead of enforcing that the Employment Council be present in such a province, they are then saying a labor officer can then deal with the matter. What is your view, Advocate, on that concept that they seek to introduce?
Can I come in there? It looks like this question is related to our next session. I'd like to hear what the advocate has to say, but if he has time, can we address this question after the next presentation, if that is okay? Because the next presentation is actually unpacking the labor amendment bill. So I'm sure that question will be answered. So in order to avoid preempting, may we reserve it and then engage with it thereafter.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions at this stage, I know there is a presentation because Advocate Mcheche is a prolific author on labor issues, and there's just a slideshow that Kudzanai will play for us at this stage so that we have an appreciation of the scope of work he does and perhaps to engage him further on those issues. Over to you, Kudzanai. Well done. That's a lot of literature there. I think let's unmute our mics and give him a round of applause for being a prolific contributor to knowledge on labor and other issues.
Must click.
Well done,
Yes, we
Caleb.
must clap. And if you are keen to support and purchase, feel free to get in touch with the Secretariat, the EISAZ Secretariat, or him directly. I'm sure he'll be available to attend to our requests. But we're moving on to the next part of our session, and we are unpacking the Labour Amendment Bill. And to do that for us is Tsitsi Mazikana. Just a brief background of who Tsitsi is. Tsitsi graduated with a Bachelor of Laws honors degree from the University of Zimbabwe in 2016. She's a senior associate at Lunga Attorneys. Tsitsi is an exceptional labor lawyer who has risen the professional ladder by winning cases on behalf of employers in the past 4 years. She's an innovative lawyer, experienced with developing case strategies. She's also an exceptional negotiator, deeply familiar with litigation and case management. Among other fields of law where she has gained vast experience, she's been involved with MCOR's class action around the famous Zuba judgment of 2015, which exposed employers to huge financial risk. She has satisfactorily managed to represent employers in all matters and has come up with an almost 95% success rate. So this is Generation Y, Generation Z doing great things. And we're seeing that mix within the courtroom between the baby boomers, like Doctor was saying in the presentation in the morning, baby boomers, and we've got Generation Y, Generation Z, all doing great things in the field of law. Over to you, Tsitsi Mazikana. I hope the network hasn't dropped on Tsitsi. Are you there?
Thank you. I think Tsitsi had lost connection, but I trust she's back on. Over to you, Tsitsi, for your presentation.
Hello. Hi.
Carry on, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. My apologies for the hitch that was happening. All of a sudden, my computer just went off, but I am still trying to fix it because I have a PowerPoint presentation. So I don't know if you can give me an extra 2 minutes because I'm changing computers, so I want to move. This one is just doing audio, but I don't know what happened to the screen. So I want to switch computers to the one that I can do a PowerPoint presentation.
That's okay. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
In the meantime, Dr. Nzonzo is with us. I know we didn't fully address some of the questions during her session. We could take this time if there are any further areas of engagement that we may want to address to her. This is an opportune moment. Doc, how are you doing?
Hi, Kumbirai. I'm doing good. I also lost connection, so there was a period of like 30 minutes. I don't know what questions came through. So if there are any questions, I can address them. I'm available.
Ah, great. My question to you is, in your presentation, you spoke about how labor is becoming automated and there are a lot of robots and things like that coming through, and then people working from all over the world in remote places. What are the implications in terms of our law here in Zimbabwe? How are we going to be, is it going to be effective even if we have this labor law and yet we employ machines? How effective is it going to be?
Thank you so much for that. Wow, that's a very interesting one. So the part of the law and the legislation, I'm gonna throw to the lawyers, hey, and the ones from the labor relations side. So I'm gonna answer that from an HR perspective. With regards to automation, I'm gonna give you my personal views and then my professional views. In terms of my personal views, what I feel that in terms of the automation is that it's gonna cause people to sort of like worry about their personal skills in terms of how they adapt to technology. The reason why I'm saying that whenever technology is introduced, we do have that kind of a fear that technology is going to take over our jobs and all of that, right? That's my personal view. The professional view to that is that given the state of the labor, relations landscape in Zimbabwe, we are going to see a lot of resistance from the union. So the guys from the union, you can support me, you can affirm my affirmations, or we can talk around that. We're going to see a lot of resistance from the unions. Why? Because it's going to affect in terms of the union membership and power. Because when we automate, if a job was being done by one person, you're going to, by 5 people, you're going to find that you need one person to do that. That is going to affect union membership. And then from the organizational side, we are going to see that we have implications in terms of the cost, because getting those machineries is quite a heavy investment. But are employers ready to invest that? Because even if you invest that, you need continuous update of the machinery and the equipment. So that's my take on that.
Thank you very much, Doc. Just checking on Tsitsi Mazikana, if you're ready to take us through, and then we can take it up. But Doc had also deferred this discussion on automation and implications on labor relations and labor law. I don't know if advocates are still in. If you could just make a few remarks on that.
So Kubra, can you come again?
Earlier on, there was a presentation on how part of the changing dynamics in labor is automation, getting robots.
Oh yes,
to do
yes,
the
yes.
work
Thank you.
that-
Let me just. I just wanted to refresh my memory. Automation. We cannot resist change. We cannot resist what is happening because of technology. We can only embrace. We can only gear ourselves up to make sure that we are up to the task. We are able to live with the times. Automation is actually going to replace certain positions or certain people who become redundant. But that does not necessarily mean that those people cannot adapt to make sure that they can also remain relevant. I think what is critical is to understand that there are certain jobs that by their very nature require physical presence. For example, let me give an example. Even though we can have a lot of machines and what have you, the current vaccination that is happening, the current jabs that is happening, you can't just go and sit on a machine, then get a jab from a machine. You still need someone who's called a health worker or a nurse who must be able to administer that. I'm just giving as an example. You can't also have automated jails. We still need physical walls to make sure that people are there and there are people who must be there to protect those prisoners. But the bottom line is that the world is ever changing, business is ever changing, and we should be able to ensure that we enhance ourselves so that we are not caught napping, we are not caught unaware, and we are not in a situation whereby we become redundant or we become useless.
Well, thank you very much. Patrick, I saw you had your hand raised up, and Caleb as well. So Patrick and then Caleb.
Thank you very much, Kumbirai. I've just raised my hand to talk to colleagues the impact and effect of artificial intelligence to the labor sector or to our industry. Why am I bringing this up? Because we're talking about issues to do with automation. Where there is automation, there is some level of human intervention. But where there is artificial intelligence, there is no human intervention at all. And we are seeing the technological changes that are taking place and the circumstantial changes also that has led us to doing things differently. For instance, this labor relations conference happening virtually. I know presenters have made presentations with regards to how do you monitor the labor, how do you ensure productivity, and things like that. The question I pose to everybody here present is, this artificial intelligence, in the next 10 years, are we going to be sitting down looking at labor relations as they are today, or it will be something different? And if so, how do we envisage it to be, and what will be the role of labor? Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, are you still there? You had a hand up, and then we move on to Dr. Nzonzo after Caleb.
Kubra, I think the issue of my hand up is actually an error. My hand was not up. Thank you very much.
It's okay. So Dr. Nzonzo, we move to you.
Caleb, quick question, hey. I just want to find out, from your experience, I'm not sure if in Zim, if you've ever had challenges around or having to address issues around retrenchments caused by automation. From your experience, what are your views with regards to employees challenging retrenchment as a result of automation? Do they have a valid case, or they really need to pull up their socks to present their case? Let me just get your views on that.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Obviously, retrenchment under the Zimbabwean legal framework is something that can be occasioned by technological changes. So the moment you see the phrase technological changes, words in a phrase technological changes, it speaks to issues like that automation being coming to the picture, replacing human beings. As obviously, as regards to how the court approaches such cases of retrenchment where the jobs have been replaced by automation, the bottom line is that you must be able to prove that the process was not done in a fair manner, because the caveat or the undergetting principle is that was that process done in a lawful and fair manner? If it was done in a lawful and fair manner, it makes no difference as to the reason for retrenchment. Because as long as it is provided for in terms of the law, retrenchment comes in various forms: job loss, job cuts. Job loss as a result, or job cuts as a result of the employer downsizing, or the employer actually adopting new technology. They are all some of the recognized grounds for retrenchment. So, from a pure legal perspective, all you have to prove if you are the employee is that this process was done in an unfair manner, it was done in an unlawful manner, I was not consulted. If you are also on the opposite side, you are the employer, you must prove that you did your consultation, you did everything in a fair manner, you did everything in a lawful manner. Right now, retrenchment in Zimbabwe is one of the easiest ways to terminate economic employment, because retrenchment is already granted by the Labor Act. Basically, there's been some kind of a joke to say that the retrenchment body, that is to be the gatekeeper to prevent retrenchments, has now been retrenched, because legally, employers can retrench without having to worry about the retrenchment body, because the Act has already approved retrenchment like a delayed match.
Thank you. I see a hand from Itai. So Itai, over to you.
Thank you once again, Kumbi. I actually have got a soft spot on technology and labor relations. I'm not so sure why we would want to probably emphasize the negative about technology. It's not always about losing jobs. Technology actually brings efficiency in how we do our work. Imagine if I am a designated agent where I'm supposed to send a messenger with a notification. I'm no longer doing that. I will send via email. I will probably communicate via WhatsApp or whichever agreed platforms. So technology is not about negativism on the side of the employee. Technology can actually cut costs. Look at us right now. We are congregated virtually, where we have cut costs related to transport, to accommodation in hotels, and all such kind of costs. So technology, we have to embrace it. If I am to give an example, say for developed countries, they have been in this, what we are calling new normal, long back. And there's nothing like costs in relation to unemployment as we are witnessing in Africa or in Zimbabwe in particular. So technology, we have to embrace it. It's not bad. It's actually good for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A passionate contribution there. Caroline Makoni, you want to say something? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Kumbirai. My contribution is this. We had a speaker recently who spoke about what the coming 10 years will be with regards things like artificial intelligence and what that means for our labor force and everything else. I believe with where we are right now, the world is actually in what is called the fourth industrial revolution. And the fourth industrial revolution is particularly an industrial revolution that is looking at the changes that are being brought forth by technological change, inclusive of artificial intelligence. So you will find that what artificial intelligence is doing is it's going to be replacing jobs because it's more faster. It will not tire as much as the human body does, or at all as the human body does. And you see, the downside, of course, is it lacks emotional intelligence. But from an employer's perspective, when we look at issues to do with profit maximization, when we look at efficiency, the leanness of systems in place and so forth, artificial intelligence would be something that the apex would want in a business. But on the other side,
the employees themselves are not necessarily at a disadvantage. It will also come with new opportunities for the workforce, which will also include what Dr. Jennifer Nzonzo referred to as flex security. That flex security will also mean that you have more time with your loved ones, with your family, you have more free time to do other projects on the side. I believe from where we are at the moment, what needs to be done is to be able to adapt to the changes that are being brought forth in our environment. And even as we reach that 10-year mark, we need to quickly be able to adjust to the changes that are going to be coming forward, particularly in terms of technology as associated with labor. You know, as employees, we have to remain relevant. That is on us. And looking at the changes in the world, it's really an area of whether the glass is half full or half empty. It depends on how you look at it. That's my contribution, Kumbirai.
Doc, you sent an emphatic agreement there on the chat. Any further comments? And I agree with you that we need a conference on automation and the future of world of work, a Zimbabwean perspective. But over to you, Doc, for any last remarks on this discussion.
Colleagues, my 2-minute remarks on that. I think I'm also very passionate about the future world of work. We need to embrace the change. Like there's a research around the innovation cycle. So as experts, if you can just take some time to go through that, just go on Google, just type innovation cycles, and then you can see where you can place your organization. But I'm so passionate about this. Let's continue the discussion because technology is there to stay. We have to make a step. A journey of 1,000 miles just begins with one step. We will get there. We don't want to get to 2025 and we are still grappling with technology for 2015. Let's walk the step, and I do believe we can do that. That's all from my end.
Thank you very much, Doc. Quite an interesting discussion there. So it looks like our speaker is still facing connectivity challenges. And there was a question earlier. I may need to encroach into this presentation. There was a question before the break about a specific question on the labor amendment bill. Advocate Mucheche, if you could just respond to that. I'm sure you recall the specific question. Over to you, Advocate. Yes, Mr. Dube, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My concern perhaps is I'm not sure if we've got someone from the Ministry of ICTs here, because as we talk about all these issues, one thing comes to the mind towards the fourth industrial revolution. Like the keynote speaker made an address or a comment somewhere that COVID-19 has actually forced us into technology. It has forced us into the fourth industrial revolution. And the question perhaps is, at this point in time, what are organizations, unions, and all the government structures actually doing to make sure that the ICT infrastructure is able to carry us through? Because as you can see, some people are dropping off the call and they cannot participate enough. These are some of the pains that we experience when we try to get into full gear when it comes to issues like this. And perhaps there's need to really have some serious discussions about the issue of the ICT infrastructures, but also the data cost, because nowadays data is the new oil that can actually power us forward.
And without talking about ICT infrastructure, data cost, and so on, all our efforts will be going one step forward and one step backwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I strongly agree with you. Unfortunately, we don't have a representation from the ICT ministry, but we have representation from the Ministry of Labor. And I know they're taking note, and we can confer on this. But you raise pertinent issues on the issue of data costs and the fact that people are connecting and dropping off and connecting and dropping off. I remember my own experience working from home. I have a certain service provider whose network would be such that I would be the one dropping off meetings. But because they are cheaper, I vowed never to change that service provider. So I'll be the one who would lose connection and then join after a few minutes. And these are really issues that we must address, I agree, in terms of infrastructure, because that's where the world is going. And how can we be competitive if we can't respond to the technological challenges that are set before us? So thank you very much. Perhaps a few words from the team, from the ministry in this regard. Over to you guys. I know there are 3 of you on this call. Mrs. Simango and team.
Can you close that one? Or you can take it and.
All right, Mrs. Simango, I'll spare you for now because Tsitsi is ready. Over to you, Tsitsi, for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Once again, my apologies. I struggle a lot with technology, so I will just jump into my presentation, which seeks to focus on the amendments that are to the Labor Act. I don't know if my screen is properly shared here. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
How do I share it? Okay, okay.
This is what Mr. Dube was talking about, technology and how we can adapt.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, we are seeing something now. Perhaps if you can make it full screen, then we can see it bigger.
All right, that's fine. I'm looking for the PowerPoint. Yes. Okay. Is it clearer now?
Yes, we can see it. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So this presentation seeks to unpack the labor amendment bill that I'm sure was circulated to all of us. So in my presentation, I have done the amendments, the juxtaposing of the clauses in the new amendment bill against the old labor, the present Labor Act. So we have noticed that for the past 3 years now, the Labor Act has been under review, and we now have the second draft that has been published on the 4th of June. We have seen over 37 amendments which are proposed to the Labor Act, to which the last amendment was in 2016. And in this amendment bill, there are several amendments which seeks to address all the provisions that have been lagging behind from the Constitution of Zimbabwe, and the legislature seeks to have the Labor Act confine or conform to the constitutional provisions and rights that are provided in several statutory instruments, as well as international instruments which regulate workplace relationships. So as another person who has contributed previously, I have noted that in the amendment bill, there is still a gap from what we know in the workplace and what has been on the ground prior, or given the circumstances that have made changes to the workplaces. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has seen most workplaces turning into virtual working spaces. So I will seek to explain and highlight the changes that have been proposed and brought about in the Labour Amendment Act. I've noticed that the bill affects all the stakeholders within the labour sector, and these include the regulator, the employment council, the employer or employee organizations, the employer or employer organizations, the employee and trade unions. So go through the amendments to the Principal Act and understand all these changes so as to avoid unnecessary inconveniences where one is found on the wrong side of the law, relying on the old provisions in the Act. You notice that our amendments, they start from the definitions, which is in the amendments start from section 2, which is our definition sector, and there has been an inclusion of the gender-based violence and harassment. In the previous or in the current act, we do not have this definition as to what really is gender-based violence and harassment. So the new amendment bill seeks to define that, and it relates to harassment that is directed at persons because of their sex or gender, or affecting persons of a particular sex or gender disproportionately, and includes sexual harassment, violence, and harassment. Refers to a range of unacceptable behaviors and practices or threats thereof, whether a single occurrence or repeated, that aim at, result in, or are likely to result in physical, psychological, sexual, or economic harm, and includes gender-based violence and harassment. So these new definitions are important and should be aligned in the employer's sexual harassment policy. We'll notice that sexual harassment is not only related to women in the employment sector, but also to men in the employment sector. So it is imperative for the employers to adjust their sexual harassment policies to incorporate the definitions of sexual harassment, so that when these things happen in the workplaces, the employer would be aware of how to address the issues and what exactly are we talking about. We have section 3 of the amendment bill, which seeks to amend section 4A of the current Labour Act. And this is a section which provides for prohibition of forced labor. So in the previous or in the current Labour Act, there isn't circumstances where forced labor is classified. So we have a modification of the provision. Of course, it's sort of a hybrid of what we have in the current Labour Act, but the provisions that are provided in the Amendment Act are the provisions that relate to circumstances where somebody is taken not to have been in forced labor. So the only circumstances are when somebody is in unlawful detention and somebody is a member of a disciplined force. Labor is required by way of parental discipline, and labor is required by virtue of an enactment during emergency or a disaster. So these are the only circumstances where somebody is forced to perform labor and it is not criminalized. So we also have an introduction of a criminal penalty to forced labor, which has been introduced by subsection 2 of the amendment bill. The criminal penalty that has been imposed is a fine not exceeding level 7 or imprisonment for 2 years or both. So the current level 7 the provision has been this was the previous provision where forced labor attracted a fine not exceeding level 7, but currently the amendment bill introduces level 12, so which means that we are taking forced labor as a serious offense, and it has been upgraded from level 7 to 1112, which is currently at 800,000 RTGS as fine. So if one is caught forcing a person to perform forced labor under the amendment bill, they will be subjected to either level 12 or imprisonment for 10 years or both, where the circumstances permit. And the next amendment comes to section 5, which is protection of employees against discrimination. So the section 5 of the Principal Act is repealed, and the introduction of subsection 2A of the Principal Act provides that every employer should ensure that both male and female employees who perform equal work will receive equal value with no discrimination. The provision was always there, but there has been a bit of modifications, and the amendment bill seeks to reinforce the policy of equal pay for work of equal value regardless of the employee sex and gender, which every employee will be bound to comply with in their pay schedules. So I believe that since the provision was always there in the Principal Act, the employees will continue to honor the provision. And the next amendment is the protection of employees' right to fair labor standards, which fell under section 6 of the Principal Act. The amendment bill introduces further prohibited conducts. It doesn't amend much the Principal Act, but it only introduces 4 more subsections, which is 3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, 5, and 6 to the Principal Act. Subsection 3 introduces a new act which prohibits violence and harassment in the workplace, and this includes work trips, social events organized by employer, or social activities. So what basically happens in the amendment bill is the extension of the scope under which the employees' rights are protected. In the amendment bill. So this is where we see some progress within the amendment bill, and there's been an international labor in the ILO Convention number 190, which eliminates violence and harassment in the world of work. So we believe that our labor amendment bill seeks to ratify in some way that convention, which protects employees against all forms of harassment within workplace. So we recommend that employers amend their codes of conduct to incorporate these provisions so that it would be easy for them when they are conducting disciplinary inquiries into the conduct of the employees where there has been allegations of sexual harassment. It is also imperative to take note of all the forms of sexual harassment or violence and harassment in the workplace, which has been extended to even where employees are sharing public transport, going to work or leaving work. So it's very important. Also, the provisions of the amendment bill introduce a penalty, which is a criminal penalty for contravention of this provision. And the penalty for that is a fine not exceeding level 12 or imprisonment not exceeding level 10, not exceeding 10 years, or to both fine and such imprisonment depending on the gravity of the offense. So basically what we see from the imposition of the criminal sanction and penalties is that this has been taken to be a serious offense if an employee contravenes the provisions of the Labor Amendment Bill. And then the next provisions that are introduced by the amendment bill are amendment to section 8, which is an unfair labor practice by the employer. And again, this seeks to add the provisions that were not included in section 8 of the Principal Act. And it is the employer's responsibility to provide fair labor practice. So employers should make sure that they practice this at all times and avoid committing any of the actions prohibited by section 6 of the amendment bill. The next provision is the amendment to section 11, which is the employment of young persons. And what the amendment bill sought to do is to impose a stiffer penalty for any employer who seeks to employ a young person. And the age that is permitted to employ a person in Zimbabwe has been 16 years. However, I noticed that this is in contravention of the Constitution, which provides for 18 years as the legal age of majority. But for labor purposes, 16 years is taken to be an appropriate age for employment by any employer. And then the next amendments are the amendments to section 12 of the Principal Act, which falls under the duration, particulars, and termination of employment contract. So what has been done is to repeal section 12.4a, which has been problematic in the employment sector. The section 12.4a was quite ambiguous, and it didn't provide a much clearer grounds for termination of employment on notice. This is the provision that has been giving employers and employees a headache since the Zuba judgment and the amendment of 2015. So the grounds for termination of contract on notice has been modified under section 12.4a and has been stated as follows. The employee may only terminate the contract on notice either by resignation or retirement. And on the part of the employer, there should be disciplinary inquiry for misconduct. And it should follow a notice, or it should be accompanied by a notice unless the employment code of conduct specifically provides otherwise. And then secondly, there is a ground where the parties are terminating their contracts by mutual agreement, and notice is also required unless otherwise agreed, probably in the contract of employment or otherwise. And then the next one is a fixed term contract. In this case, there will be no need to give a notice, but where the contract is expiring and the employer is not, the employer can only give notice if they are renewing that contract, but if not, then it will be taken that the employment contract is coming to an end. And then also this provision seeks to clarify that fixed term contracts will have 12 months. So we have a difference between fixed term contracts and seasonal or casual work. So the amendment bill clarifies that fixed term contracts are only those which will have a minimum of 12 months. But if it is seasonal or casual work, then it shall not be fixed term contract. And also what to look out for in relation to employers is to avoid giving fixed term contracts of less than 12 months, because upon raising of an unfair labor practice complaint, that contract is deemed to be an indefinite contract unless it is provided for in subsection 4C. Also, it should be noted that the amendment bill seeks to convert fixed term contracts to contracts without limit of time, where the majority of the employees within such company are on a fixed term contract. That is for purposes of compensating these employments upon termination of employment. So where an employment setup is majority of its employees are under fixed term contracts, and those fixed term contracts are terminated, for the purposes of compensating these employees, the contracts of employment are taken to be contracts without limit of time. So the employers need to watch out for that as well. And then we come to section 9 of the amendment bill, which seeks to amend section 12C, which was the retrenchment and compensation for loss of employment, that pursue from section 12.4a. So the heading itself has been amended to relate to retrenchment. So in this amendment bill, we note that in section 12C, we didn't have definitions to terms that were introduced by section 12C. So this bill seeks to define terms that are provided for in the amendment bill. And these include the capacity to pay, the employer for purposes of retrenchment and compensation, the minimum retrenchment package, the word retrench itself. So we have a vast scope of an employer that has been introduced by the amendment bill, to include trust, entity, successor, or any other person who has a hand in the employment of the employee. And we notice that in this amendment bill, we have directors, shareholders, or any people of influential positions within a company being liable to compensation of an employee where a contract of employment has been terminated and it has been established that an employer needs to pay for retrenchment package. So directors and shareholders in a company are jointly and severally liable for the compensation in circumstances that are introduced by the amendment bill. And these include when the employer has failed to pay minimum retrenchment and it has been established that there were some fraudulent activities or misrepresentations surrounding the failure to pay the minimum retrenchment package. Also, I noticed that there is a provision that is introduced where employers are unable to pay for the minimum retrenchment package. And this provision allows that the employer should make an application to the retrenchment board. Previously, in the Principal Act, there was no sanction or no procedure that was provided for in the retrenchment board failing to respond to the application for payment in installments or delay in payments of minimum retrenchment package. The amendment bill introduces timelines where if the board fails to respond within 30 days, the employer may appeal to the labor court within a further period of 21 days. Further to that, there is a criminal sanction for failure to serve notice to the retrenchment board where an employee seeks to retrench the employee or employees. And this has been a fine, a penalty of a fine not exceeding level 12 or imprisonment for both, for not more than 10 years or both. What I've noticed is that the Labour Amendment Bill, its threshold for criminal conduct has been pegged mostly in most provisions at level 12 or imprisonment for not more than 10 years. This is a progressive development on the part of the employees, because we've had employers who, just for the sake of exercising them or flexing their muscles, fail or neglected to pay minimum retrenchment package, and this has seen most employees going empty-handed or taking years without their retrenchment packages being paid, to an extent that with the changes in the currency in our country, we have seen employees ending up earning peanuts after several fights or vigorous fights in the courts of law. So the criminal penalties seek to protect the rights of the employees against the employers who want to only terminate contracts of employment and fail or neglect to pay minimum retrenchment packages. Again, Section 12C is amended by an introduction of Section 12CC, which is non-payment of retrenchment package. So this is what I've been talking about, that the retrenchment board will make an inquiry into allegations that the employer has misrepresented to the board or has acted in a reckless and gross negligent manner to avoid paying retrenchment packages. So the bill introduces a liability on directors, shareholders, partners, or anyone who was knowingly a party to the business to pay jointly and severally in their personal capacities. So what we see with the introduction of this is that the employees are given a powers to sue even directors or shareholders or partners in their personal capacities, where a company itself is pleading that they are incapacitated to pay the retrenchment package, but that plea has been taken to be done in misrepresentation to the retrenchment board. The other amendment that has been done, which is quite progressive, is on maternity leave. The amendment bill has introduced or has revised the period that an employee, a female employee, would be entitled to go on maternity leave. It is no longer a requirement that an employee ought to have served at least a year within an undertaking for them to qualify to be on maternity leave. So even if an employee joins an undertaking today and the next month they want to go on maternity leave, the new amendment bill allows the employees to go on maternity leave under such circumstances on full pay and for a period of 98 days. Further to that, the bill has introduced that it has removed the cap which was imposed by the Principal Act of only 3 periods of maternity leave during the employment of an employee. So now, even if an employee wants to go on maternity leave every year until the end of their employment contract, the Act allows them to do so. And this just calls for employment codes and contracts to be aligned to conform to the amendment bill provisions. There is also another amendment which is introduced, that is contracts for hourly works. The amendment bill seeks to prohibit employers from denying the employees an opportunity to undertake into another employment during the hours they will not be working for the prior employer. So what this basically means is that when an employee has been hired to say work for 3 hours for a company, and then outside those 3 hours the employee decides to go and work for another employee, the current employer is prohibited from denying the employee from undertaking into that employment. Also, there's a provision that is made that prohibits employers from paying the employee for 2 consecutive months a salary that does not fall within the minimum wage of that undertaking. So in such circumstances where cumulatively in 2 months the earnings of the employee are not getting to the minimum wage of the undertaking, the employer is called or is mandated to pay the difference to the employee. So this also needs to be introduced in the CBA of any undertaking that the employees need to take note of. And then there is the issue of the labor brokers, which is introduced by Section 18B. We have noticed that there has been a virus or a spread of labor brokers, and this has been exposing the employees when employer at the end of the employment contract refuses or denies to pay terminal benefits on the basis that they are not the ones who have employed this employee. So the Act now provides that where an employment contract has been negotiated through labor brokers, then the conditions of that employment contract shall not be less favorable than an employee in that grade or occupation by the same employer, and or the collective bargaining agreement for that particular undertaking. And then it also imposes liability on labor brokers or any third parties to pay damages in cases of unfair labor practice claims, unless they are clear or unambiguous labor brokerage arrangements which clearly specify which party shall be liable in situations like that. There's another amendment that is introduced in the amendment bill, which affects Section 25 of the Labor Act, and this is the effect of collective bargaining agreements negotiated by workers' committees. Subsections 2, 3, and 4 of the Principal Act have been repealed by this Section 13, and these provisions, they dealt with CBAs at the instance of the minister, where the agreement is inconsistent with the law or unreasonable and unfair. The new subsection 2 introduces that the minister in any relevant ministry where the workers' committee involves an employer, which is a statutory corporation, statutory body, or an entity wholly or predominantly controlled by the state, shall be a party to the CBA with such employer to the negotiation, and the minister shall have an equal footing with such employer to the negotiation of such CBA. So in other words, the employer is taken, the employer is taken to be the minister in a ministry or an undertaking which is wholly or substantially owned by the state in all negotiations in the CBAs. The other amendment introduced is through Section 14, and it is an amendment to Section 25A, which is the composition, procedure, and functions of the councils. The amendment bill amends subsection 5 of Section 25A of the Principal Act by addition of proposal of paid educational leave as an issue that an employer ought to consult the Works Council. So this issue ought to be introduced in the CBA, that the employer ought to consult with Works Council on the issues relating to educational leave. So on this aspect, it is a call to employers to ensure that whenever an employee is going on educational leave, this should be incorporated in the CBA or to be consulted with the Works Council of an undertaking or of a company. What I have noticed in this provision is that for the protection of the employers, there is a call or a recommendation that the employers ought to, when they are negotiating with the Works Council in relation to paid educational leave, they ought to look at the circumstances or at the nature of the studies that an employee is undertaking, because there are situations where an employee is in a financial or in accounts department, and that employee seeks to undertake studies in maybe law or in marketing department, but that has nothing to do with the enhancement of the employment undertaking. So there is a need to look at the nature of the education that an employee is to undertake, and what benefit that those studies are going to bring to the company, so that there will be a balance struck between the payment of that leave and the enhancement on the organization. Another amendment is to Section 28 of the Principal Act, which is the requirements for formation of trade unions and employers organizations. There used to be a cap on the maximum amount that a trade union, employers organization, or federation could raise funds in respect of membership fees. The amendment bill seeks to remove that cap and allows these organizations or stakeholders in employment structures to raise to raise the funds that they need or that they want without any limitation by the ministry. The bill also seeks to amend the provision that relates to application for registration of employer organizations, trade unions, or any federation. The amendment bill eliminates the option that was provided in subsection 2 of the Principal Act for any person who wishes to make representations to appear in person before the registrar to support the application. The application can only be done under the new bill, and there is no need for any individual or organization to appear in person before the registrar to motivate their application. There's also an introduction of subsection 4, which provides that the registrar shall, within 60 days of an application for lost certificate, issue that certificate if the application complies with the requirements. So this relates to the replacement of lost registration certificates. And the registrar is mandated to issue a certificate of registration upon application or to give reasons why the certificate cannot be issued. Then there is, again, the requirements for application for registration. There is an additional requirements that have been introduced by section 17 of the amendment bill. And these are whether or not the trade union or employers organization has a head office at a physical address, and proof in the form of the minutes, register of attendance, a meeting signed by the participants, as well as the employers constituting the leadership of the trade union. So these are the requirements that that should be met when individuals or organizations are making an application for registration to be recognized under the Labor Act. There is also an introduction of new section 34A, which sets out certain information for every registered trade union and employers organization that is to be provided to the registrar. So these requirements have always been there in the Principal Act, but there are some changes that have been made to them, and these are listed in the Amendment Act, and they should be complied with. Otherwise, the employment organization, the employers organization or employee or trade union or any federation will be deregistered or suspended if they fail to provide the details or the information that is required by the registrar within 30 days of a written request by the registrar. So the penalty that is imposed is that of suspension, and upon suspension, the registrar will call upon the stakeholder to purge their failure to act or to comply with the request by the registrar. And if after the time that has been provided by the registrar has lapsed and they fail to remedy their breach, the registrar is mandated to cancel the certificate of the registration. So it is something that the stakeholders need to take note of and not to ignore the request that the registrar may make if they require an explanation or any further information in relation to the undertaking, organization, or trade union.
Sorry, Titi, I'm giving you 5 more minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay, there is also an amendment to section 45, and which is the considerations relating to registration, variation, suspension, or rescission of registration of trade unions or employers' organizations. So among the prohibitions or considerations that relate to registration or cancellation of the registration are that a trade union shall not represent employers, and employers' organization shall not represent employees other than managerial employees, and the constitution of the trade union or organization shall not be inconsistent with the act. Then there is another amendment which falls under section 20, the supervision of election of officers. Prior to the amendment bill, the minister through the registrar was required to attend the election where there is an allegation that the election is tainted by fraud, unfairness, or coercion, and that was supposed to be on notice. And then the new amendment allows or deals away with that requirement, and the election of officers can be done without the presence or supervision of the minister or registrar. Then the amendment also removes the requirement for the minister to regulate the collection of union dues, as well as the requirement to regulate the union fees. So these are the other introductions of the other amendments to the Principal Act. Then there's also the formation of employment councils other than under section 57, which are the voluntary employment councils. So the bill repeals the provision which governed the voluntary employment councils, and it introduces that every voluntary employment council shall be governed by this act, by the Labour Act, in respect of in every aspect, as if it's a statutory employment council. So there are other issues that are introduced by this amendment, and the same. Some of them are just a copy and paste from the previous act. Okay, so there is also an introduction of section 63. The designated agents of the employment councils. The amendment bill takes away the rights of a DA to enter any premises of an employer which use in the undertaking or industry in circumstances where they believe that such entry is necessary for prevention, investigation, or detection of an offense. That power is taken away from a designated agent. And the jurisdiction of the labor officer is ousted in circumstances where an undertaking is an NSC, and also that where a designated agent is seized with a matter. But however, a designated agent can only assume jurisdiction after the expiry of the period where the proceedings before a designated agent to determine the dispute have not earlier commenced. Then the registrar is also given power upon receipt of a complaint from any interested party or a labor officer to withdraw the appointment of a designated agent, or to the effect that the agent is being unduly dilatory. The designated agent can also allocate the matter to a different designated agent where there are complaints raised by an interested party in a dispute. And then the issue of agreements, I have spoken about the education, the paid education leave. And then there is also submission of collective bargaining agreements for approval for registration. The new amendment bill requires that allows the minister to direct the registrar not to register a CBA where it is inconsistent with the act, and the minister shall in writing specify the issue that needs to be addressed. Upon writing that issue, the parties to a CBA shall amend or rectify the problematic clauses, and same shall be registered as if there was no such issue raised before. Then there is amendment to the collective bargaining by the minister. The minister does not, the bill does not make much changes to this provision. It just allows the minister to direct the parties to negotiate within such a period in areas where the minister feels that there are clauses which are offensive in the CBA. The CBAs are binding on every party, regardless of an employer taking part in that CBA negotiations, or even an employee or employer party not taking part or not taking part in the CBA, where there is proper procedures taken for them to make representations, but they have willingly decided not to take part. That part which is deliberately not taken part shall not make an excuse of not complying that they were not present in the negotiations. And then there is section 30, which seeks to amend the section 93, the powers of the labor officer. So basically what section 93 does is to conform with the ISOQUANT judgment, which outlines the procedure to be taken for addressing dispute of unfair labor practice. There is also the reinforcement of the issue that a matter may be referred, a dispute may be referred for arbitration by the parties, and conditions to follow in such referral to arbitration. And also in section 93, we note that there is no longer a requirement for labor officers to take for confirmation the ruling that they would have made in the dispute resolution. So once a labor officer has issued a certificate of no settlement, the labor officer shall have a certificate registered or the matter referred for arbitration, where parties shall have the matter determined, and that arbitral award shall be binding and shall be registered in a court with jurisdiction for purposes of execution and satisfaction of the award. And then there is also the effect of reference to compulsory arbitration, which is that where a matter has been referred for arbitration, there shall be an award granted, and that award can be registered can be registered in a court that has monetary jurisdiction for purposes of enforcement, and the same award shall have a effect of a civil judgment of an appropriate court. And then there is liability for persons engaged in unlawful collective action. This provision seeks to raise the fine that was present in the current act, which was a fine, which is now a fine not exceeding level 14 or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years or to both. So what the provision seeks to do is to impose to increase a criminal sanction to a conduct where a person is engaged in unlawful collective action. And then the amendment bill also repeals section 111, which dealt with cessation of collective job actions. Then there is offenses. The section 112 lists the offenses that are criminalized under part 13 of the Act. And these are clear, which is contravention of section 104, subsection 3, the job action or lockouts and actions connected therewith, the failure to show a failure to comply with a direction which requires one to show cause order in the terms of a disposal order. So the criminal imposition that has been made with pursuant to this amendment bill is a fine not exceeding level 14 or to imprisonment for a period of exceeding 5 years. And the other amendment that has been made is the investigation of trade unions and employer organizations. The minister no longer appoints a provisional administrator pending the determination of the Labour Court of an application to appoint an administrator. So this is the change that has been introduced by the amendment bill. And further to that, there are several minor changes which have been made to the Labour Act, and these are scheduled as in section 2, there is a definition of equal remuneration, the deletion of gender by a substitution of sex and gender. Section 5, there is the deletion of gender, and wherever it occurs, there is now sex and gender. Section 63(2), there is an insertion within his district or province after the phrase employment council. Section 104 is the deletion of 14 and substitution of 7. Section 36(1), the deletion of "and" after the holding of accreditation proceedings, if any. Section 39, there is the deletion of 30 and substitution with 14. In section 41, the deletion of paragraph A by the deletion in paragraph C3, or which states that, or in relation to a trade union or employers organization which is proposed to be registered. So in general, we have seen that the amendments introduced, they are quite progressive, although they are not perfect. The amendment bill is quite progressive as it seeks to create a safer working environment in the workplace. And it is my belief that the legislature has endeavored to strike a balance between the needs of workers and employers in the amendments to the Labour Act. The task that stakeholders have now is for employers to contemplate on coming up or reviewing their sexual harassment policies, educational leave policies, contracts of employment, codes of conduct, and collective bargaining agreements, so as to suit the changes that will be brought about by the Labour Amendment Bill. It is only when there are good labor laws when we can expect economic growth. So having looked at all these amendments, we have noticed that they seek to affect all the stakeholders in the employment sector, from the employer to the regulator to the employee. So it is important for every one of us to take note of the changes that are to be brought by the Labour Amendment Bill and to incorporate them into our undertakings. Unless there is anything, maybe it will be time for us to share the comments and any issues that may have arisen. I have come to the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Tsitsi, for your presentation. Very articulate. Thank you so much. Question and answer session is open. Kindly post on the chat if you please, or raise your hand and make your contribution. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Yes. I'm noticing that there is a comment that that reads that in relation to the proposed, this is from Itai Bonda, In relation to the proposed amendments to the powers of the designated agents, the fact that a labor officer may raise a complaint or any issue against the designated agent concerning his work is not fair. If the spirit is to encourage efficiency and accountability on the part of the designated agents, I believe that it is just fair that labor officers be subjected to the same process. Labor officers, in terms of the Act, are the same level with the designated agents. I am with you there, Itai Bonda, because what the amendment bill seeks to do is to differentiate the levels in the employment of the labor officer and the designated agents. It appears as if the labor officer is taken to be superior to designated agents, and it is important that a clause is also added that where a labor officer has failed to execute their duties within the confines of their employment or with the confines of their engagement, a registrar may also take the same process as is provided for the designated agents. However, what I have liked about the amendment is that there is room for alteram partem rule, which is the rule of natural justice for one to be heard. The registrar does not just take away the matter and allocates it to a different designated agent without hearing the party concerned. So it is very important that the amendment bill seeks to observe the rule of hearing the other party. But I have taken note of your concern. It is very unfair where the labor amendment bill seeks to differentiate the ranks between the labor officer and the DA.
Thank you for pointing that out. My question is, how does this amendment compare with labor law in the region and elsewhere in the world? Does it make us more competitive, or it makes us more uncompetitive? And this question is open to everyone. But Siti, have you done a comparative analysis of where this amendment puts us in terms of maybe in the region? Does it make us more favorable, or does it make us more unfavorable as an investment destination?
Truly speaking, okay, maybe I haven't done a deep comparative analysis, but what I have noticed in this labor amendment bill is that the labor amendment bill seeks to protect employees more in its amendments, but it's not really a progressive. It's a pinch that has been given to the employees, because there isn't really much that has been done other than the imposition of the criminal criminal penalties that have been imposed in certain aspects. But I would say that there is a bit of progress that has been done, and like Mr. Mcheche has indicated, this amendment bill is an afterthought, seeks to reverse what the mess that has been created by amendment bill number 5 of 2015, which is the current Labor Act that we have. So I believe that it was sort of it's not really well thought out. Where I noticed that it seeks to dwell much on is on the issue of gender-based violence and discrimination. That's the aspect that it has sought to conform with the international labor agreements that are available.
Thank you, Doc. Nzonzo, you want to say something?
Hi, Kumbirai. Just to answer you, just a brief answer on that. I think From my own research that I've done, it is very progressive. There are strides that have been made. I'll just compare that with the South African side, that there are some similarities that we can draw. One thing I liked about it was the fact, especially in terms of the training, which actually is very important in terms of aligning the training with the needs of the employee. That is very progressive. Compared to other countries in Southern Africa, the problem is what I mentioned earlier, to see that there's not much that is available out there. You can get the Labor Act, but you don't get such commentaries on that. But from my end and my personal opinion, yes, it is progressive, and we are trying to align with the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Any other comments? Was it you, Patrick, who had wanted to ask a question on the amendment? Have you been answered now?
The question has not been addressed as yet.
Perhaps if you could rehash it and then ask Tsitsi to respond.
Okay, thank you. My question more so relates to the comment that was asked by Mr. Itai Bonda, in the sense that the ministry is giving a suggestion that like, I'll give a brief background that most NECs, if you see them by way of coverage, they would have offices either in Harare and Bulawayo, and most probably maybe major towns like maybe Gweru, Masvingo and Mutare. So you then find that in the remotest areas, maybe like you are talking about Victoria Falls, we are talking about Kariba, most NECs would have no offices there. And then the bill is saying, if such NECs are absent in such areas, a labor officer will then be authorized to handle cases that would naturally then be falling within the jurisdiction of such designated agents. And then I'm saying the ministry as a regulator or enforcer, instead of enforcing that any national employment councils become visible in all areas, in a way such that the NECs are collecting levies even in such areas where they do not have offices. It will only make sense to me that the ministry should actually be enforcing that the NECs widen their visibility to those areas, rather than then saying labor officers then take on those matters. Because if you are to go back into the history, the whole reason for the NECs to come up was to then try and lessen the burden on the ministry. And this is more like taking back the burden, which will then create a problem in the long run. Thank you, Kumbira.
Thank you so much. Tsitsi, over to you.
Okay, maybe what I have taken note is that the visibility of NECs is quite limited in remote areas. But I would also want to believe that maybe this could have been associated with the restriction or the cap that was placed by the ministry on the collections of the NEC dues, and also the regulation of the NEC fees. We all know that it is difficult to properly plan where a ministry or where the government is involved because of the bureaucracy that is involved in decision making. But however, I believe that the amendment that has been done will see most NECs being visible in the remotest of areas, because they now have the powers to regulate their own funds and their own fundraising processes. So I would want to attribute the lack of visibility of NECs to the issues of bureaucracy and regulation of the collection of dues and regulation of the apportionment of funds. So with this liberty that has been given to NECs, that they can regulate their own fees and collection of dues, I would like to believe that we will see the NEC progressing in that area. And it is a recommendation that ought to be thrown to NECs to say, look, you now regulate your own funds, you now regulate your own processes. Why don't you, this is a call to trade unions as well as employer organizations to say, now we can regulate our own processes. Why not open more offices in different areas so that we are visible in different parts of the country?
Thanks, Mr. Moyo. You have a question?
Yes, I have two questions. Yes, the first question is on fixed term contracts. I understand that there is a benchmark now in terms of the minimum time an employer can employ on a fixed term contract basis. So my concern comes now, is it still necessary for employers now to include the termination clause in a fixed term contract? That's the first part. Then the second part is on termination of contract. I'm a bit concerned on section 4, item 3, which reads, in the majority of the employees engaged by the same employer are on fixed-term contracts at any time when an employee's employment is terminated upon expiry, the provisions of section 12 shall apply. Does it come to effect now? For example, let me say an employer has the majority of employees engaged in fixed-term contract, then any one employee contract is terminated upon its expiry, then the employee will then have to raise an issue on unfair termination. I think I need explanation on that. Does it come to effect right away, or maybe there's a special provision on that? Those are my two questions.
Thank you, Tsitsi.
Okay, maybe the first question, which relates to fixed term contracts. Yes, it is important to impose a termination clause, because we need to, a contract needs to be clear on when it is ending, because there are also circumstances where you terminate a contract. The clause relates to termination of contracts on notice. So it is providing that the contract shall, there shall not be any need for you to terminate a contract with by giving notice, right? But in terms of the termination of contracts, we all know there are different ways of terminating a contract. There are circumstances where you have an employee on a fixed term contract, and 3 months into their contract, they commit an offense within the employment structure. So you now need to do disciplinary hearing for that employee. So it is important for you to put a termination clause in a contract, whether it is a fixed term or it is an open-ended contract. So maybe what you need to note is that the clause only affects termination on notice and not other forms of termination of contract. And then the issue of termination of contracts on fixed term, where majority of employees are on a fixed term contract. I would like to assume that the situation that was contemplated by the Act the enactors are that where employees, say 70% of your employees are on a fixed term contract and you decide to let them off or to lay them off all, then there comes a problem where the employees would say that we need to be paid compensation for loss of employment. But I'm not quite sure about that clause, what exactly is meant to be addressed, but because the contract relates to fixed term contract and each individual is taken with their contract of employment. So if a contract of employment expires and an employee is not retained back for an extension of that employment contract, then it means they do not qualify to be paid minimum retrenchment package. But I believe the situation that was contemplated is where there is a mass exit of employees who are on a fixed term contract.
Thank you. And then our last question or contribution from this session will be from the Vice President, Mr. Munatsi. Over to you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. So mine is, maybe I'm a novice seeking to understand. You spoke, Titi, about employment of young persons. And I know for sure that unless we are referring to formal employment, what do we do to those that are in rural areas and we are busy using them, even if they are 5 to 16 years old? Thank you.
Okay, I just need to check if there is any criminal. It is, and the contract, it is unlawful for an employer to employ a person who is under the age of 16 years. So what I just need to check is if we have any criminal sanction that is imposed by the amendment bill. Yes, there is a criminal sanction. So if any person imposes or employs a young person who is under the age of 16, then that person is liable to a penalty of not exceeding level 12 fine and 12 years imprisonment. So there is a penalty attraction, a criminal sanction to that, and a penalty attraction of either level 12 or 12 years imprisonment. So it's not only a labor issue, but it is also a criminal conduct for any person to employ somebody who is less than 16 years.
All right, so the implications of that on plantations, even those farming plantations, it's now illegal if the bill comes into law to employ anyone below the age of 16, because I know the farms have a tendency of recruiting youngsters.
Precisely. If anyone has contravened that provision, they are liable criminally.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation and the ability to respond concisely to the questions and contributions that came through. Thank you very much, Tsitsi.
You are welcome. I will circulate the slide that I was presenting with Matthias, and I'm sure you'll be able to circulate with the rest of people.
Thank you so much. Now we are moving to the tail end of our program, and may I call upon the EISAZ Eastern Region Chairperson, Mr. Clovis Gesi, to just give us a vote of thanks and closing prayer. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm coming through Mr. Mangena's machine, but yeah, look, it has been a great day, and we've had great speakers. Yeah, I'm still trying to internalize everything, but yeah, it has been great. Right, thank you, Kumbirai. Right, I'll start with Ms. Tingorima. Our guest of honor, Mr. Linton Garima, Director of Labor Administration and Employment Services in the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare. Distinguished guests, Director of Ceremonies, our most valued members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. This is our annual occasion that we do every year. And every time we get to this time of the year, we know it's coming through. And we tend to learn a lot. Okay. On my own behalf, on behalf of the Engineering Iron and Steel Association of Zimbabwe and the Fraternity of Labor Relations here present, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all speakers for gracing our annual Labor Relations Conference. A big thank you to our guest of honor, Mr. Ngurima, an insightful keynote address, which gave a clear reflection of labor relations in Zimbabwe and what's next in the short to long term. Trying to relate what Mr. Ngurima is, he has emphasized the need to the fact that whatever we do, we must try to engage, find each other and how we deal with the matters. They come through their expertise and to do the audits, but they'll prefer a situation where they don't deal with the issues that affect the industry, but they more come to regulate and do what the needful is, but not the things that can really be dealt with at the institution or at an industry. Thank you so much, Mr. Ngorima. Then I'll go to the doc, Dr. Nzonzo. I listened to you and look, it was great. For an eagle's eye view of global trends that will shape the future of labor relations in Southern Africa in the short to long term. I'm sure most of us have noted key issues from a presentation that will help us in strategic human resources planning, as we are already in a season of reviewing and developing our own organization strategies. Looking to what she had put through, particularly the global trends, I've said to myself, yeah, we are behind, particularly when we compare ourselves with South Africa. And I like this situation where if we're not sure, we can do what she mentioned as a climate survey, try to understand what is happening, and the role of the union and the role of the employer. It has been great that we're actually being encouraged. If you look at what she said and what Mr. Ngorima says, it almost relates and say, we need to deal with our things on our own. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you. Thank you for coming through. My next one is for Mr. Mackin. Yes, we've been engaging Mr. Mackin for some other things, but thank you for this presentation that you've come through. May I express my sincere thanks to George Mackin, giving an excellent coverage, 2021, most pressing employment issues. He equally provided an unquestionable outlook of the labor market for the year 22. I'm sure that most of the participants will agree with me that we needed more time for knowledge and sharing with this renewed labor expert. George, I listened again to you, particularly on the clarity on the contract. As employers and employees in the industry, most of the time, because the employee is excited having gotten a job, and the employer, if someone is coming through, but the issues of the contracts, comes a problem at the end. I like the ideas you put through as well, particularly when you try to negotiate for the wage. Also, again, I realize you also encourage the employers and the employees to find each other in the process of trying to negotiate for wages. And thank you so much again for the outlook for the 2022. The next one is, I also wish to express my gratitude to Advocate Caleb Mcheche, whose presentation allowed us to reflect on 2021 collective bargaining and trends at Works Council, the NEC. He undoubtedly freely offered prescription to wage negotiation deadlocks and practical tips for employers, associations, trade unions, workers' communities, to remain relevant during the during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Msheshe, thank you so much. Thank you for your insightful things in terms of the labor. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to acknowledge our gratitude to Ms. Tsitsimatkan, the last speaker. Some of the things that she highlighted about what's happening in unpacking the labor amendments bill. I could listen. I was listening to the questions that people were looking at, and we were happy that some of the things were actually way overdue and they're coming through. She unpacked this bill in a manner that overwhelmingly met expectations of the audience, and I'm sure that we all now understand what to expect in terms of implementing new changes that are to come through the legislation labor bill if it passes through in Parliament and it gets signed by His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe. Thank you so much, Madam Mazikala. It was insightful. At least we know now what is coming through. I would also extend my thanks to all representatives from the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, and various employment councils for their enormous cooperation, support, and participation in this event. Well, Mr. Director of Ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started turning weeks ago. It requires planning and eagle's eye for details. EISAZ has been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated staff. Mr. Ruziwa, the General Secretary, Mr. Kuzanaim Shanga, Member and Administration Officer, and our new Human Resources Specialist, Ms. Jennifer Mateko. Ms. Jennifer Mateko came in and she was thrown in a big end, but we can see she managed to come through. Who are always to the knitting and all results oriented. Thank you so much, Mr. Rizzo and your team. I cannot thank everyone. When I looked through, I realized there was some 103 people that had logged on. And obviously it is almost impossible to thank each and every one of you guys. But look, we appreciate your involvement. We appreciate you getting involved. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that we are most grateful to all speakers, participants who are here with us today. It has been a great pleasure. We're looking forward to the next year's annual labor conference, where we will learn some more and get more new ideas. And with that, I'll pray so that we thank our Lord. These things don't just happen. The Lord who created us will always lead us. So I'll pray. Father God, thank you for this conference and thank you for its success. We thank you for the brains in your people who presented and those that received. You are a great God. We have so much faith in you because you are a faithful God. Now as we leave the conference, allow us to use what we have learned, allow us to implement what we have learned in our industries, in our workplaces, so that we create that harmonious situation that will propel and push our industry to the better levels. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Mr. Gesi, for the vote of thanks and closing prayer. On that note, we conclude this year's annual conference. Thank you everyone for your participation. It's been a pleasure. Have a good afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your day.